Apocalypse mobile phone system. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Reality becomes a game? Night falls. The sky is full of stars. This is Xiao village in Xiao Yao city, an ordinary small village in the mountains. In a low farmyard. The curling smoke is like a black pillar that reaches the sky. On the low wall, a black cat walks on the wall with light cat steps, as if walking on a catwalk, elegant and dignified. Woof woof. Suddenly, a dog barked in the yard. Meow. The black cat screamed and ran away in fear, and disappeared in a short while. Seeing its panic and escape, it completely lost its elegance and dignity. When it got closer, it was discovered that the barking was made by a bulldog. There was an iron chain tied around the bulldog's neck. The iron chain was unusually thick as an adult's calf. The whole dog's head was pressed down by the heavy iron chain, as if the dog had violated some heavenly law and was accepting this punishment. The poor dog could only move back and forth within this 1 meter. So it hated the black cat that strode like a cat, provoking it in its own territory. If it weren't for the heavy chain, the dog would have chased it and beaten it up. One of the dog's eyes has cataracts, one black and one white. At first glance, it looks like the black and white impermanence, which is very scary. The dog occasionally looked up at the kitchen. The light flickered, shining on the dog's eyes. From a distance, the Krypton gold dog eyes, like night pearls, can directly blind your eyes. Next to the dining table in the kitchen, a handsome young man was playing with his mobile phone with his head down, and he chuckled from time to time. The latest news is that the Japanese Federal Meteorological Bureau detected an asteroid with a diameter of about 18 meters and a weight of about 12,000 tons passing through the atmosphere above the Tsarist Federation. The asteroid burned violently during its fall, and finally exploded and disintegrated rapidly during its fall through the atmosphere. Fortunately, it was far away from human settlements and did not cause much damage. Witnesses said that the moment the asteroid passed through the night sky, the entire sky was very bright, as if a sun was close at hand. From the satellite's perspective, from a distance, there was a very large cyclone, which slowly rotated, then burned, and the flames splashed and rushed to the ground at a high speed. In order to avoid causing panic, the news of the extraterrestrial asteroid was blocked in the early stage, and the news was not made public until the asteroid exploded. Looking at the news on the phone, Xiao Yao was puzzled. Why was it the satellite of the Japanese Federal Meteorological Bureau that detected the asteroid that fell on the Tsarist Federation? Doesn't the Tsarist Federation have its own satellite? Why didn't their own meteorological bureau release the information? The Japanese Federation Meteorological Bureau, which detects weather in peacetime and missiles in wartime, is really not an ordinary organization. This means that it has been detecting UFOs from other countries. Fortunately, the vast land of the Tsarist Federation is far away from human settlements. Although far away from human settlements, this incident still caused 1,500 people to be injured and more than 7,000 buildings to be damaged. This can't help but make people scared. Some people estimate that if the meteorite hits the Earth directly, the energy it produces is equivalent to 200 Hiroshima atomic bomb explosions, and the consequences are unimaginable. Xiao Yao saw the second half of the video, which was edited by a witness with a mobile phone. In the night sky, a meteorite fell at a high speed, and the dazzling light occupied the entire video. The meteorite then disintegrated in the air. Every day, there are small extraterrestrial bodies invading, but most of the small bodies are relatively small in size, and they quickly rub against the atmosphere and burn without passing through the atmosphere. This meteorite is just a little bigger, so it has received a little more attention. But because it is information far away from the Tsarist Federation and did not cause much damage, the incident was quickly drowned out by other news. At the end of the video, no one noticed that a smaller flying object passed through the explosion circle of the asteroid that exploded and disintegrated in the air at high speed. Xiao Yao scrolled down and continued to browse other news. Ling. A text message alert sounded, and Xiao Yao opened the text message. Available credit limit reminder as of 18:30 on December 2nd. 2114, your available credit limit has been exhausted. Now only the call answering function is retained. Please pay as soon as possible. Xiao Federation Communication, there is no data flow, so use ZPay to recharge the phone bill. The network cannot be connected. Please confirm that the network connection is normal. Oh my god, the network is disconnected so quickly. Xiao Yao looked at the traffic icon on the top of the phone and it was turned off. At least let someone recharge the phone bill first? How can I recharge the phone bill if the network is directly disconnected? There is an available network nearby. Do you want to connect? Connect. I don't know which neighbor nearby has no password set for the wireless network. It's really a good neighbor in Xiao. It's just that the name of this wireless network is really random, with a bunch of garbled characters. Xiao Yao, come and serve the food. Okay. Xiao Yao put his phone on the table and went to serve the food. A new system has been found and it is being updated. The phone on the table was updating its system. Mom, when will my dad be back? After 7 o'clock, your dad will get off work at 7 o'clock. You eat first, and then go to the new house to sleep after dinner. You have to go to school tomorrow, so don't stay up late. Xiao Yao's mother said to Xiao Yao while serving rice. Mom, I'm still studying in this city. You still think I'm in high school. The courses are not so tight now. Besides, I can go home every day and live in the school. I'm really not used to it. Xiao Yao said to his mother while eating rice. Yes, the courses are not so tight, but you can't relax your mentality. You can't fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. It's not easy to send you to college. Your parents are counting on you to succeed so that they can enjoy life with you. Mom started nagging again. Xiao Yao could only eat silently. At this time, it's right not to talk and eat. When Mom saw Xiao Yao finished eating, she started to clean up the dishes. Dad was not coming back for half an hour. Mom heated the remaining rice in the pot so that he could eat directly when he came back. Mom, I'm going to the other room. Go ahead, read more books. Don't think you don't have to study after getting into college. Okay, Mom. Xiao Yao's family has 2 row courtyards. One is a relatively dilapidated old house where Mom and Dad usually live. The other is a new house built by Dad a few years ago, saying that it was for Xiao Yao's wedding. There are 4 or 5 neighbors between the 2 houses, which is not far or close. Xiao Yao arrived at his new home, went to the study, took out his phone and checked the time. System update completed, identity verification in progress. At this time, a line of words appeared on the phone screen. When was the system updated? Why does updating a system require identity verification? Xiao Yao was puzzled, but still quietly held the phone and waited for identity registration. Zizzy. A burst of blue light came from the front camera of the phone, scanning from Xiao Yao's head to his feet like a radar scan. This sudden scene scared Xiao Yao and he almost threw his phone away. So the front camera of the phone has this function. Xiao Yao had never seen this kind of operation of the front camera before. Could it be a new function added after the phone was updated? It's quite interesting. Ding, identity verification successful. At this time, the phone screen switched and the phone desktop appeared. What came into view was a 3-dimensional stereoscopic image of Xiao Yao, but it was more cartoon-like. Xiao Yao curiously pressed it with his finger, stretched it left and right, and could rotate it back and forth. I can't help but sigh that the current artificial intelligence algorithm is really awesome. It can automatically build a 3-dimensional character model by scanning. On the left side of the character is Xiao Yao's personal information. Character name, Xiao Yao level. 1 combat power. 10 life. 100/100 attack. 1 defense. 0 strength. 1 agility. 1 intelligence. 8 experience. 0/10. But what does the following level 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 8 in life, 100 mean? Does 100 represent health? Why is the current display a bit like the attribute display of a game? Is this mobile phone theme a game theme? Xiao Yao looked at it for a while and felt that this should be a game theme, so the display is a bit like a game. But what are these attributes? Are they random or default? There is a phone and envelope icon next to the character, which should be for making calls and sending text messages. What are these at the bottom of the screen? Xiao Yao couldn't help but check it out. The first one is an icon similar to an ID card, which is spinning in circles. Xiao Yao pressed it but there was no response. Maybe this is the interface, representing personal information. The second icon is a wooden box. Xiao Yao clicked it. Huh? Another game-like setting, a backpack. There is no need to be so picky, right? Why is there only 1 space? The others are all gray with a cross. At the bottom column of the backpack, there is a 0 after the money. So stingy? Aren't you going to give me a gift pack for beginners? Where did my headline app go? Xiao Yao flipped to the right again and found a cardboard box icon. He clicked it and saw that all the apps before the upgrade were thrown into it. It was really speechless. Xiao Yao moved the entire cardboard box directly to the bottom of the personal information on the main interface, so that he could click in directly every time he used it, and it wouldn't waste much time. The third icon was a Big Dipper icon. After clicking it, the screen switched to another interface. Skills, Personal Skills Elementary School, completed, normal, +3 Intelligence Junior High School, completed, normal, +2 Intelligence High School, completed, normal, +2 Intelligence University, in progress, normal, +0 Intelligence. The rest of the area is blank. Oh my god, is this my only skill? And this attribute is a passive attribute no matter how you look at it. It seems that he has no ability at all, +7 Intelligence, so if you calculate it this way, 9 years of compulsory education, 1 intelligence per year? Does the normal at the end mean that he didn't learn well? Doesn't it mean everyone has this bonus? I was wondering why my intelligence was 8 just now. Minus the bonus of 7, wouldn't my measurements all be 1? Is there anything lower? This system is really a bad taste. Xiao Yao felt that his education level could be connected to the internet through big data, so his education level could definitely be found. It's nothing special. This is purely the result of internet big data and artificial intelligence algorithms. System, Ling. At this time, a big envelope suddenly popped up on the mobile phone desktop, with a question mark on it. Xiao Yao was curious and couldn't help but click in. System, Main Task, Newbie on the Road. Task Content, Open the Upgrade Path, Upgrade 1 level, Task Period 1 day. Task Success, Reward 100 money. Task Failure, Cannot accept the main task again. Oh my god, a mobile phone theme, is it so bad taste? Xiao Yao looked at his personal information, experience 0/10. I really don't have any experience. To upgrade, I have to kill monsters. This is the real world. How can you let me kill monsters? Are those ordinary animals considered monsters? Xiao Yao wondered whether he should kill a few animals, but where should he go? After all, he had never killed a chicken since he was a child. Was he really going to kill animals for a mobile game theme? It was late at night, and Xiao Yao's eyelids were fighting like crazy. He simply stopped studying the new mobile phone system. Tomorrow is Monday. Although he is in college, he will lose credits if he is late. This affects whether he can graduate. It is much more serious than being late in high school. Chapter 2, Help or Not. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Xiao Yao's face while he was sleeping. Xiao Yao turned over, then suddenly stood up as if he remembered something. Oh my god, the sun is shining. What time is it? Xiao Yao took out the phone from under the pillow. 7 o'clock. I don't know if this time is correct since the phone was updated last night. At this time, the aroma of food drifted from the kitchen. Mom is making breakfast. Xiao Yao, get up. Why did you get up so early today? Don't we usually get up at 7:30? Xiao Yao's mother was wearing an apron and making breakfast next to the stove. Mom, what time is it? Xiao Yao came to the kitchen in slippers and asked Xiao Yao's mother. It's 7:01. Xiao Yao's mother looked at her watch and said to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao looked at his phone and the time was correct. Then Xiao Yao went back to his room and put on his clothes. After a simple wash, Xiao Yao started to eat breakfast, sandwiches, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and boiled eggs. Xiao Yao, are you up yet? Go to school. A deep and mellow bass voice came from outside the door. At this time, at the door of Xiao Yao's house, a fat man held the handlebars of an electric bike with both hands, and shouted at the door of Xiao Yao's house out of boredom. The fat man's name is Zhou Tao, and he is from the same village as Xiao Yao. The two of them were in the same class in high school. Of course, they also filled in the same university when they applied for the college entrance examination. The university is also in the city, so the two of them continue the habits of high school. The school arranged dormitories for them, but they did not live on campus. The bed had long been a public dining table for several roommates. Xiao Yao and Zhou Tao still ate and lived at home every day as before. I'm here. Xiao Yao finished the last few bites of food and pushed the electric bike out. We ordinary people are so happy today. The fat man hummed an unknown song while riding the electric bike. What's the matter? You are so happy. Xiao Yao looked at the fat man in front of him. Although the fat man did not grow much in height, his weight increased dramatically every day. Xiao Yao took a look at the tire of the electric bike that the fat man rode. The rubber tire was almost paving the ground. If it weren't for the high quality of the electric bike, Xiao Yao was really afraid that the tire would burst at any time. Seeing the fat man humming happily, Xiao Yao couldn't help but wonder what the fat man was so happy about. Let me tell you, after a whole night of hard work, I finally rented a piece of land in Suzaku City last night. The fat man slowed down and walked side by side with Xiao Yao, showing off with a beaming face. What's Suzaku City? Xiao Yao was puzzled. It sounds like a game? It's the very popular game Skyrim now. I forgot that you don't play it anymore. What a pity. When you were playing The Sims World, didn't you like farming the most? It can be said that Skyrim has all the content of The Sims World, and it has more functions. The fat man continued to describe it with a beaming face. Not interested. Xiao Yao didn't want to play Skyrim when he heard it was Skyrim, because when he played The Sims World, every time he built a house, it would be blown up by a naughty kid. Later, he reluctantly quit the game. Let me tell you, Skyrim is different. On the land you rent, only you have the authority, and others don't have the authority to destroy it. The fat man seemed to see why Xiao Yao didn't play Skyrim. Anyway, brother, I have rented a large piece of land, and I can build a house and farm. When the time comes, I will give you the authority, and you can farm in my house as much as you want. We will build this home together. Who will build with you? It's like being gay. Xiao Yao pouted. I'll consider going to have a look when I have the chance. Okay, then I'll protect you and give you a set of diamond equipment first. The fat man responded happily. Okay, that's what you said, don't be reluctant to give it up when the time comes. No problem, we don't have much else now, but we have a lot of diamonds. Is it really okay for you to brag like this? Can't you keep your mouth shut? In order to trick Xiao Yao into playing the game together, the fat man also tried his best. He himself didn't even have a set of diamond equipment. But he believed that as long as he tricked Xiao Yao into playing with him, he would fall in love with this game just like him after just 3 minutes of experience. After all, Xiao Yao has always been a king since he started playing games in high school. As long as he dragged Xiao Yao into the water, everything would be easy. As they chatted, Xiao Yao and the others were about to arrive at the school. In the distance, they could vaguely see the observatory on the roof of the Science and Technology Museum. The observatory was at the highest point on the roof, so from a distance, the observatory could be seen at first sight. In fact, the observatory of the Science and Technology Museum has become a landmark building of this school. Hey! A shout came from the road in the distance, which attracted Xiao Yao's attention. Xiao Yao looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old lady sitting on the ground in the distance, holding her right foot with one hand and the ground with the other. An Audi car was driving not far in front of her, but the car accelerated and did not stop to watch. Xiao Yao did not know if the old lady was knocked down by the car. Besides, with Xiao Yao's electric bike, the maximum speed was 40 km per hour, and it could not catch up with the car. Ouch! Xiao Yao and his friends rode to the side of the old lady. At this time, the old lady was holding her right leg and groaning. It seemed that she twisted her foot and could not stand up. Xiao Yao, let's go quickly, class is about to start. The fat boy looked at his phone and saw that class was about to start in 10 minutes. He urged Xiao Yao not to mind his own business. After all, there were so many people, and it was not their turn to mind their own business. That old lady fell down. It seems that she twisted her foot and couldn't stand up. It's too unsafe to be like this with so many cars coming and going. What if she is accidentally hit by a car? Let's help her to the roadside and leave. Xiao Yao stopped the electric bike and called 220 for emergency first. The old lady looked seriously injured and might need to be sent to the hospital later. Then call 210 to report the address and situation. After doing this, Xiao Yao went to help the old lady up. Grandma, I'll call an ambulance for you. I'll help you wait on the roadside first. There are so many cars coming and going. It's not safe in the middle of the road. Oh, thank you, young man. The old lady followed Xiao Yao and limped to the roadside and sat down. Then Grandma, wait here for a while. The ambulance will be here soon. We'll go to school first. Xiao Yao was ready to leave after helping the old lady. Hey, you can't leave. How can you leave after you hit someone? Xiao Yao was about to leave, But the old lady suddenly grabbed Xiao Yao's clothes and sat on the ground, as if she would not let Xiao Yao leave. At this time, some passers-by who didn't know the truth saw that the old lady didn't let him go, and there was an electric bike parked next to him, as if they knew the truth. It can be seen that this young man knocked down this ant. Yes, young men nowadays ride electric bikes without knowing how to count, running around blindly, crossing the road without looking at cars or people. That's right, I read the headlines every day, and the most talked about are these students. They are really uneducated. These days, students have no quality. You have to avoid those driving and those walking. Quality-oriented education has produced many high IQ crimes, and such people should be severely punished. Poor old lady, she was hit by a student for no reason when crossing the road. Old lady, don't be afraid, we will take care of it for you, and we can't let this student run away. Yes, we can't let him run away, make him pay. Call your family quickly, otherwise you won't be able to leave today. At this time, more and more people gathered around, talking about Xiao Yao in the middle and the fat man next to him. The fat man was so scared that he didn't dare to look up. They were introverted and had never seen such a scene before. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. I just passed by and saw the old lady fall, so I came to help her. Xiao Yao wanted to explain. Young man, you are still quibbling. We have called the police. You can talk to the police when they come. That's right, we have so many eyes, are we all blind? It was obviously you who hit the old lady, and the old lady grabbed you and didn't let you run away. There must be surveillance here. Let the police check the surveillance, and the truth will definitely be revealed. Xiao Yao still didn't give up. We have checked, and the area is in the blind spot of the surveillance. Don't try to quibble, young man. Yes, we can't let this student run away even if we don't go to work. Without surveillance, it will be difficult to catch him if he runs away. Xiao Yao found that he really had no way to defend himself now. It's not that the old man has become bad, but that the bad man has become old? Xiao Yao had some doubts in his heart at this time. Did I really do something wrong? Get out of the way, the ambulance is here. Let the old lady go to the hospital for a checkup first, so that there will be no sequelae of internal injuries and miss the best rescue time. At this time, the onlookers saw the ambulance coming and made way for the medical staff to come in. Oh, there is no need to go to the hospital. Let this young man pay some money casually, and don't delay the young man's schooling. The old lady sitting on the ground was weakly saying good things for Xiao Yao at this time. How can that be? Even though you can't see anything wrong now, many people who were hit by cars were fine at the time, all of them were internal injuries, and they must go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. At this time, a kind-hearted person was still persuading the old lady. Yes, we can't take it lightly. It's safer to do a comprehensive check. Look at the old lady. She's injured like this, but she's still thinking about you, the perpetrator. Look at you. You did something wrong but you still refuse to admit it. Many people turned around and targeted Xiao Yao. That's right, that's right. I don't know which school taught these students. Their quality is really poor. There was another echo of voices around him. Xiao Yao turned around a few times and saw that everyone around him was blaming him. It was like countless flies. His head was a little big. Xiao Yao knew for the first time what it felt like to be unable to defend himself. Beep. More and more people gathered around, blocking half of the road. A red BMW honked its horn and slowly moved from north to south. What are you honking? Are you just showing off that you drive a BMW? The people around seemed to have found a new target for complaints. Although they kept complaining, they still made way for the red BMW to pass. After all, they were okay for bragging, but if they really wanted to cause trouble, they would have disappeared long ago. Those who drive BMWs are all rich people, and poor people like them don't want to cause trouble. The cars behind followed a BMW in front and moved forward slowly. Make way, make way. The police are coming, the police are coming. Comrade police. At this time, some people who claimed to be witnesses told the police what happened. Hello, classmate, please come with us to the bureau to assist in the investigation. Don't worry, we will investigate the incident carefully. The young police came over and said to Xiao Yao kindly. Comrade police, I really didn't hit the old lady. I was just passing by and saw her fall and came to help her. We will investigate the incident carefully. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let any bad person go. Don't worry, As long as you are innocent, you will be back soon. What about the school? I still have to go to class. You are still thinking about going to class. Hitting and running away is enough to be sentenced, right? The onlookers talked about it again. That's right. If it weren't for so many of us stopping him, he would have run away long ago. If he was sentenced, his life would be ruined. We are doing this for his own good. Don't worry, even if it was really you who knocked down the old lady, you won't be detained. You will just have to compensate for the relevant medical expenses. The police officer dispelled Xiao Yao's last worry at this time. Fatty, please help me push the electric bike to school. I will be back soon. Xiao Yao said to the fat man. I told you to mind your own business, but you just didn't listen. The little fat man really hated Xiao Yao for meddling in other people's business. How should I tell the counselor? Just ask for leave for me first and tell me a random reason. Okay, then come back soon and call me if you have anything. Got it. The little fat man Zhou Tao watched Xiao Yao get on the electric bike and drive away. Zhou Tao turned around and pushed Xiao Yao's electric bike to school. Should I tell the counselor? Forget it. The counselor doesn't like Xiao Yao. Telling him might be bad for Xiao Yao. Should I tell Auntie? Fatty was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to do. However, Xiao Yao is innocent and should be back soon. If he doesn't come back in the morning, it won't be too late for me to tell Auntie. The little fat man thought about it and pushed the 2 electric bikes to the school. If he didn't have some strength, the 2 electric bikes would be easy to push. Fatty had no choice for the time being, and could only pray that the police could really do justice. Young people nowadays are really lawless. It's better to go to the police station and be educated. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go to work. Soon, all the onlookers left. Only a leaf in the wind was left, slowly falling into the small puddle on the side of the road, as if protesting silently. Chapter 3 Killing a Chicken for the First Time. Name: Xiao Yao. Age: 19. Police uncle: I am innocent. Is there no surveillance near the crime scene? I was really just passing by to help the old lady. Xiao Yao, who was sitting on the chair, was a little anxious at this time. After all, no one could prove Xiao Yao's innocence. Was the fat man an eyewitness? But there were more eyewitnesses around. Although the fat man could testify for himself, the fat man was his classmate and it would not help. I'm sorry, we investigated the area nearby. Because it is not an intersection, there is no surveillance nearby, and there are many eyewitnesses who can prove that it was you who hit the old lady. If you don't have other evidence, we will close the case. Don't worry, this matter is not a big deal. You just need to compensate the victim for some medical expenses and mental damages. The specific amount is still to be verified and determined by the legal department. Comrade Police. If there is no evidence, you should call your family and quickly pay the money to close the case. Xiao Yao sat on the ground. Did he really not check the almanac before going out? Will he help others in the future? It's fine if good intentions don't get good rewards, but now I have to sacrifice money. Money is a material thing, but if my classmates and friends know about it, how will they look at me, a person who has been to the police station? Although it's not a big deal, it will undoubtedly be a stain on my life. Main quest: Newbie on the road, remaining task deadline: 7 hours. Looking at the main quest on the phone with 7 hours left, Xiao Yao laughed at himself. It's just a game theme. Ling. Ling. At this time, another large white envelope appeared on the top of the screen, and Xiao Yao clicked on the envelope. Side quest: Prove innocence, success, reward reputation 100, obtain the title of Brave New Era Youth, Zheoyang City Justice People increase favorability by 10, failure, reputation decreases 100, enter the file, Zheoyang City Justice People decrease favorability by 10. Task deadline: 2 hours. Oh my god, how does this phone know that I need to prove my innocence now? Could it be? Could it be? Exclamation mark. Is this game theme more than just a theme? Then the main mission is also true? If I fail, I can't accept the main mission again. Oh my god, there are still 7 hours left. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Yao did not call his mother at this time, but walked back and forth in the office of the Public Security Bureau. Innocence must be proved, not for the title, not for the reputation, but this entry file is very scary. Xiao Yao is afraid that the file will be tainted and it will be difficult to find a job in the future, especially if the entry is a wrongful case. Classmate, leave your phone number here. Go home and get the money now. Come back quickly to pay the compensation and the case will be closed. I don't have to stay here. No, there is no major accident and you don't need to bear any criminal responsibility. You are free. After the police wrote down Xiao Yao's phone number, they let Xiao Yao go home and get the money. After all, the accident was not serious and the parties involved were free. The police were not afraid that Xiao Yao would run away. Now that they know his personal information, it is very easy to catch him, unless Xiao Yao flees for fear of crime. However, it is just an ordinary traffic accident and he only needs to pay some medical expenses and mental damages. He does not need to bear any criminal responsibility, and he certainly does not need to flee for fear of crime. The police actually hope that Xiao Yao will flee for fear of crime, so that if they catch Xiao Yao, they can get another bonus, and promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. Xiao Yao left the Public Security Bureau. He only had 2 hours to prove his innocence, and 7 hours to complete the main task. Although the time to prove his innocence was tight, it was a side task after all, and Xiao Yao had no idea how to prove his innocence. He was afraid that he would not be able to accept the main task after failing the main task, because it seemed to be true. Go home first and complete the main task first. Xiao Yao made a decision in an instant. Taxi. Ziuhe Village, Zheoyang City. Okay. Pulling down the window, Xiao Yao looked out the window, letting the wind from the whistling vehicles blow Xiao Yao's hair. It's unfair to the chickens at home. Xiao Yao murmured. There was no way. In addition to the chickens at home, Xiao Yao couldn't think of any other monsters to kill to upgrade. If it could really be upgraded, then Xiao Yao could let go of his hands and feet at that time. He could only wrong his own chickens to verify whether the game system of the mobile phone was real. Arriving home, ding, ding, a sound like a telegram was heard, and the invoice printer was printing the fare receipt. The driver handed over the receipt, 16 yuan. Here. Xiao Yao handed the driver 16 yuan. Thank you, master. Huh? After getting off the car, Xiao Yao took a few deep breaths and walked towards the old house. At this time, my parents should have gone to work. It should be no problem to kill chickens in the old house, but there is no key, so I may need to climb over the wall. Xiao Yao flipped over and climbed over the outer wall, plop. Then he jumped into the wall. Woof woof. The dog at home ran out of the doghouse and barked at the door twice. When he found out it was Xiao Yao, he stopped barking and his tail shook like a fan. Xiao Yao was too lazy to pay attention to the dog, and he went to several rooms worriedly to check. Sure enough, my parents are not at home. Then I feel relieved. Xiao Yao went to the kitchen, put down his school bag, picked up a kitchen knife, and came to the chicken cooperative. Sorry, chickens, kill one first to see if there is any experience value. Xiao Yao put down the kitchen knife, went to the warehouse to grab some corn, came to the chicken coop, put it next to the cage, and waited for the chickens to come and eat. At first, the chickens didn't dare to come and stayed far away. At this time, a hen tilted her head and looked at Xiao Yao while tiptoeing her head over, pecked a corn kernel, and quickly retreated, and found that Xiao Yao didn't do anything. This chicken is quite alert. Blame it on me for not feeding them normally. Chickens are shy and won't easily approach people they don't know. Seeing that Xiao Yao didn't make any moves, the hen became much bolder. The chicken stretched its head over and quickly pecked 2 corn kernels. Xiao Yao still didn't make any moves. Then the hen became even bolder and ate directly on the pile of corn kernels. Many hens and roosters nearby couldn't hold back, fearing that the hen would eat all the corn, and a group of them all surrounded and scrambled to eat. Woo woo, the dog's tail not far away had been shaking like an electric fan, and it was about to take off like a helicopter. It wooed in its mouth, as if to say, why only feed the chickens and not feed it? After feeding them another handful of corn, the chickens were frightened and jumped around. But when they saw that Xiao Yao was throwing the corn, they ran over to eat it again. Eat more corn and be full. Xiao Yao threw several handfuls of corn in a row. Almost done. Xiao Yao slowly stretched out his hand to one of the hens with its back to him. It's you. Quack, quack. The captured hen found that she was captured and quacked. The sound was similar to the sound when she laid eggs, but the sound was more rapid and nervous, not as casual as after laying eggs. The other chicken seemed to understand and jumped around in fear. The rooster was not afraid and ran over to peck at this hen, but the other hens were so scared that they wanted to find a gap to get in. Xiao Yao pinched the chicken's mouth to stop it from screaming, but the chicken still screamed from the gap in its mouth. Xiao Yao grabbed the chicken and came to a place far away from the chicken cooperative. Although he had never killed a chicken, Xiao Yao often watched his father kill chickens. He held down the chicken's body, stepped on the chicken's wings with his feet, pushed the chicken's head back, rolled up the chicken's neck, and cut a hole under the chicken's neck with a kitchen knife. At this time, the hen flapped her wings vigorously. The chicken was afraid of pain. "Sorry, hen, I will add more cumin for you." After flapping her wings for a while, about 2 minutes, the frequency of the hen's flapping became lower and lower. Xiao Yao let go and let the hen flutter back and forth on the ground, making the last struggle. Chickens are magical creatures. Even if you cut off the chicken's head directly, the chicken will not die all at once. If you cut off the chicken's head directly, a headless chicken can even live for a long time. This is not alarmist. If you don't bleed it, it will really take a long time for it to die. Chapter 4, Kill Chickens to Make Money? After a while, the hen stopped flapping her legs. Perhaps she was dead. Xiao Yao went over and poked the hen with a branch, but found that the hen did not respond. It looked like she was dead. Xiao Yao picked up his phone and saw that the experience value at the bottom of the screen was now 2/10. Xiao Yao widened his eyes and stared at the experience value. The experience value really increased by 2. This meant that he had killed the hen and gained 2 experience points. This was all true. The world had become a game. But why didn't he see any labels like name and health bars on the heads of the animals? Xiao Yao looked at the chickens in the chicken coop again and found that, as usual, there were no name and health bars on their heads. How could this be explained? The experience value increased by 2. The animals did not have the label of monsters. However, if this was really a game, then at least killing monsters would drop something, right? Xiao Yao squatted down and used a branch to turn over the chicken's body. Huh? Xiao Yao picked up a piece of money under the chicken's body. 10 yuan? Did it really explode? Xiao Yao was sure that there must have been number 10 yuan here just now, but now there is 10 yuan, which must have exploded from the chicken. Looking at the brand new 10 yuan, Xiao Yao seemed to have discovered a new world. If the world becomes a game, then is he a player or an NPC? Is he the only player or are there many players? Xiao Yao suddenly remembered that the phone system update seemed to be last night when there was no network, and it was updated by connecting to a wireless network without a password. So where did this wireless network come from? Is there any necessary connection between them? Can anyone connect to the wireless network? If someone else has connected, will they also download the system? Xiao Yao looked through the wireless network of his phone again and found that several nearby wireless networks have passwords, and the signals are not very good. I remember that the wireless network I connected to last night had a bunch of garbled names. These days, many wireless network names are randomly named, and Xiao Yao didn't pay much attention to it. He just saw that there was no password and connected directly, but now the garbled wireless network is gone. Maybe it will appear at night? Xiao Yao decided to check the wireless network at night, but at this time Xiao Yao felt a headache. Maybe he should be considered a player, but it seems that there may be more than one player. After all, the wireless network has no password, and there should be many people connected. This world is going to change. Even if I am not the protagonist, I should be one of the first group of people to beta test it. Xiao Yao looked up at the sky. What secrets does this world have? Xiao Yao, who often plays games, quickly accepted the reality at this time and planned his next direction and what he should do. Ling. Side quest, prove innocence, less than 10 minutes left. A reminder sound came from the phone. Seeing that the deadline was less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yao was not so anxious. 10 minutes, where can I prove it? It's just a side quest, so the reputation will be reduced. When playing games, Xiao Yao has always been a lone ranger, not caring about reputation or not, and not creating a gang. It's just a pity that the file will have to add a knockdown an old lady and how much compensation to pay. A brave young man in the new era? It's better not to have this title. Xiao Yao quickly came out of the shadow of being wrongly accused in the morning. After all, it was just a small matter. Xiao Yao also believed that God is watching what people do. Moreover, now that the world has become a game, there must be a system to supervise it. After thinking it through, Xiao Yao no longer continued to struggle. I don't know what the main task is, how to do it myself. I can only take it one step at a time, and then I can only do the first main task first. Go to school? Please, it's so late. Can I make money by killing chickens in school? Killing one will only cost 10 yuan, why go to school? But on second thought, I still have to go to school, and I can increase my intelligence after going to school. Besides, if I don't go to school, won't my mother rip off a layer of skin? First of all, let's complete this main task. Xiao Yao grabbed another handful of corn and came to the chicken cooperative. 1, 2, 3. There were 13 chickens in total. Xiao Yao looked at these chickens now, and the guilt in his heart had been relieved a lot. After all, these chickens were now experience points in Xiao Yao's eyes. Let's collect the compensation first. It seems that there is no need to tell my mother to go to the police station. I can find a way to get 1,000 yuan. When I came back, the police had already determined the amount of compensation. After all, it was a minor accident, and the old lady was diagnosed by the hospital without any major problems, so they only asked Xiao Yao to compensate 1,000 yuan. Originally, Xiao Yao couldn't afford so much money and had to tell his mother the truth, but now there was a turning point. Once is new, twice as familiar. Xiao Yao killed 4 chickens one after another. At the moment when the 4th chicken died. Ding, level up, current level 2. A voice prompt sounded from the phone. Xiao Yao found that his body was shaken and full of strength. The fatigue of killing chickens just now was swept away. There is such a function for upgrading? It looks similar to the game in which attributes are restored to full and negative attributes are eliminated. I couldn't wait to open the personal information interface of the phone. Name, Xiao Yao. Age, 19 level, 2 life, 110 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, 9 experience, 0/20 inches. Sure enough, the level was upgraded, all attributes increased by 1, life increased by 10, and experience doubled. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Yao was why there were no attack and defense attributes. Since it was a game, there should be attack and defense. Ding, mainline task, novice on the road, completed. Reward money, 100. At this time, the task completion prompt sound also appeared. I checked the backpack of the phone, and sure enough, the number behind the money turned into 100. How can I take out this money? I just killed a chicken and got a total of 50 yuan, but they were all banknotes. I picked them up by myself and they were not automatically transferred to the backpack. How does it work here? Xiao Yao looked at the backpack carefully again, and saw a small deposit and withdrawal icon behind the money number. Xiao Yao clicked on the withdrawal, and then entered the number 10. Then a 10 yuan banknote floated out from the rear camera of the phone. Is this the same phone? Is it still my Huomi? Can the camera be used like this? Xiao Yao picked up the brand new 10 yuan note. It was real. Then Xiao Yao put the remaining 5 notes, a total of 6 notes, on the ground, and then operated the phone to deposit money. A burst of blue light shot out from the rear camera of the phone, facing the pile of banknotes on the ground. After scanning them once, Xiao Yao watched the banknotes on the ground turn into mosaics and then disappear. Xiao Yao checked the money in the phone backpack again. 150. Is this operation a fairy tale or science fiction? Xiao Yao was puzzled. Storage space, it looks like it should be a fairy tale, but what the hell is blue laser scanning? Quantum storage? With Xiao Yao's freshman brain, he really couldn't figure out what this operation was. Let's just call it a storage space. Thinking about it, Xiao Yao used the same method to deposit the 5 chicken carcasses on the ground into the phone backpack, and saw a plucked chicken appear in the only backpack space. Fresh chicken, quantity 5, increase hunger by 5 when eaten, 50% chance of poisoning, can be cooked. Although there is only one space, 5 chickens were placed there, and all of them were plucked. But why is there a 50% chance of poisoning when eaten? Is it bird flu? Or will it be poisoning if eaten raw? Xiao Yao really didn't want to try what it feels like to be poisoned. After all, poisoning will definitely cause blood loss, and he doesn't have any blood replenishing medicine. Ding. Side quest, prove innocence, failed, reputation reduced by 100, Zheoyang City Justice Person's favorability -10, add record to the file. Looking at the failure prompt, Xiao Yao was helpless. 2 hours, no surveillance, no witnesses, he had no way to prove it, so he just thought of it as buying a lesson. Ling. At this time, a big envelope suddenly popped up on the mobile phone desktop, with a question mark on it. The envelope was yellow, the same color as the first main quest he took. Xiao Yao knew that this must be another main quest. Xiao Yao couldn't wait to open the envelope. Main quest, keep up the good work and upgrade to level 5. Reward item, detection glasses. Oh my god, they're giving out rewards? There's no penalty for failure, no time limit, and no requirements. However, from the name of the reward item, you can tell that it's a good thing, similar to checking the level of monsters. Chapter 5, Killing Chickens to Get Equipment. The detection glasses rewarded by this task are good things at first glance. Xiao Yao, who often plays games, guessed that the detection glasses should be something that can check the information of monsters and items. Xiao Yao was wondering why the monsters had no information. What kind of equipment was needed? After thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he was still a person. He had no special functions and had to rely on external equipment. Xiao Yao looked at the remaining 8 chickens and thought, why not kill them all? Then Xiao Yao was in a hurry. The remaining 8 chickens turned into Xiao Yao's experience and gave Xiao Yao 170 yuan. The last big rooster actually dropped 100 yuan and a feather pen. Moreover, the chicken of the big rooster could not exist with other chickens. Xiao Yao had no way to check the properties of the feather pen, so he could only save it in the backpack space first. Unfortunately, the backpack space only had 1 grid. Xiao Yao extracted the chicken and saved the feather pen first. Feather pen, intelligence +1, actually has an attribute. Xiao Yao took out the feather pen again and inserted it into the left pocket of his shirt. Check personal information. Name, Xiao Yao. Age, 19. Level, 3 life, 120 strength, 3 agility, 3 intelligence, 10 + 1 experience. 1640 inches. It has been upgraded. Maybe the big rooster is like a small boss, giving more experience. Great, it is closer to level 5. The feather pen adds 1 intelligence, which is not bad. Don't underestimate this intelligence. 1 intelligence is equivalent to the knowledge Xiao Yao learned last year. Then Xiao Yao put the rooster meat on the table into the mobile phone backpack. Delicious fresh chicken. 1 quantity, eating increases hunger by 10. There is a 50% chance of poisoning, can be cooked. Sure enough, the name has changed. It seems that raw meat may be poisoned. Xiao Yao took out the rooster meat and put it in a plastic bag separately, and put it on the kitchen table. There is no way. The backpack only has 1 space, and the 12 chickens still have to be placed. Moreover, the chickens taken out are not with a number, but are all placed 1 by 1. It is really a bit different from the game. However, how to quickly reach level 5 made Xiao Yao worried. There were too many tasks at the moment. First of all, he had to pay the old lady 1,000 yuan in compensation, and he still needed 680 yuan. It didn't seem very cost-effective to buy chickens and kill them. He didn't know how much it would cost to buy a chicken, and he didn't know how many chickens he could buy with his 320 yuan. Why not sell the chicken in the backpack first and see how much it could sell for? That was the only way. As for when my mother found out that the chicken was gone when she fed the chickens at night, if she could sell the money at that time, it would be easy to explain to her mother. Xiao Yao took out a chicken and put it in the bag. He couldn't take it out when he sold the chickens, otherwise he would be caught as a monster. So Xiao Yao could only take 1 out in advance and put it in the bag, and go to the market to ask the price to see if anyone would buy it. Woo woo. The dog's tail was still wagging happily not far away, as if it was waiting for Xiao Yao to feed it chicken. Xiao Yao took a look and didn't know how much experience the dog would give. Forget it, let's keep it to watch the house. Seeing the dog suddenly showing a scared expression as if it was humanoid, Xiao Yao gave up the idea. After climbing over the wall again, Xiao Yao trotted eastward with the chicken in his hand. This was a rural area with few taxis. Xiao Yao had to climb over the hillside in the east, and then there would be a road on the other side of the hill, where it would be easier to get a taxi. Xiao Yao, you didn't go to school today. Just after turning the corner of the village, he met an ant from the same village. Hello, auntie, I'm on my way there right now. The counselor is sick, so I took a chicken from home to visit the counselor. Xiao Yao lied without blushing. I'm sorry, counselor, you're the one who usually dislikes me so much, and I'm using you as a shield. Is that okay with you? What a good kid. I should really visit you. After all, the counselor usually takes the trouble to teach you. You should visit. Well, auntie, I'll leave first. I have to go to class after the visit. Well, kid, go quickly. Be careful on the road. Well, goodbye, auntie. Xiao Yao turned around and walked away quickly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Oh, I still have to go to school when I get promoted to level 5. The questioning of the neighbors and aunts and uncles is enough for me to bear. Taking a taxi, Xiao Yao came to the market southwest of Zhaoyang No. 1 Middle School. Enter from the north gate and go straight to the chicken slaughtering shop. Young man, do you want to slaughter chickens? Cheap. Young man, this side, the chickens here are cheap. We have all kinds of chickens you want, free-range chickens, pheasants, laying hens, broilers, stupid chickens, all kinds of chickens. Seeing Xiao Yao holding a slaughtered chicken in one hand and looking around, a row of chicken slaughtering shop owners got up from their chairs and came over to greet him warmly. I want to ask, do you buy freshly slaughtered chickens? Xiao Yao asked weakly. No, we can't even sell our own chickens. How can we have the spare money to buy freshly slaughtered chickens? When they heard that Xiao Yao was not buying chicken but selling chicken, a group of people dispersed, looking indifferent and almost chasing Xiao Yao away. I heard that you sell chicken? What kind of chicken? How do you sell it? At this time, a bald uncle with a big belly came over. Xiao Yao looked at the uncle and felt instinctively scared. The uncle looked like the head of the grade in high school, and Xiao Yao almost thought that the head of the grade came out to arrest him. Uncle, this is a chicken raised by my own family. I just killed it. I want to ask how much it can be sold for. Oh? Raised by my own family? Is it a stupid chicken from the countryside? The bald uncle's squinting eyes suddenly opened a little. Stupid chickens are always much more expensive than ordinary broilers. He came to the market this time just to get a stupid chicken. In the city, it is difficult to eat a stupid chicken. After all, it is difficult to distinguish with a naked eye. Only when it is really cooked can you taste the delicious meat of the stupid chicken. The most important thing is that stupid chickens are generally pollution-free, while broiler chickens are basically hormone-driven. Well, it's a chicken raised by myself in the countryside of my hometown. Xiao Yao answered truthfully. Come, let me see the meat. The bald uncle came over, and Xiao Yao handed over the plastic bag. He was not afraid that the uncle would snatch it away. There were so many people watching around, and he couldn't be blackmailed and robbed again in one day. It's really a stupid chicken from the countryside, but it's of top quality. The bald uncle's eyes widened. Most people can't tell the difference from the surface of the chicken, but he is different. He has a restaurant on the street east of the market and is his own chef. He can still tell the quality of the meat. The bald uncle pressed the chicken with his fingers. It was firm and delicate, with little water and a natural fragrance. It was definitely stupid chicken. I'll buy this chicken for 200 yuan. If you have chicken of the same quality, I can buy it at the same price. The bald uncle looked at Xiao Yao's eyes seriously. He was 100% sure that this chicken was a stupid chicken. It usually costs about 300 yuan to buy a stupid chicken in the market, but Xiao Yao looks like a child, so 200 yuan should be enough. 200. Xiao Yao was confused. Is a stupid chicken so expensive? The bald fat man offered 200 yuan at the first offer, the highest is 230 yuan. You know, these meats need to be processed and sold to customers to make money. If it is too expensive, I will not make any profit. If you have chickens of the same quality in the future, I will buy them back at this price. The bald fat man saw that Xiao Yao did not respond, fearing that Xiao Yao would think the price was too low. This stupid chicken, if sold to end customers, can sell at least 300 yuan. 200 yuan for 1, 12 is 2,400 yuan, which is enough for compensation. Xiao Yao made up his mind. I can give you 200 yuan each, and I can provide 11, but I need you to pay half of the deposit first. Xiao Yao also wanted to pay off the compensation as soon as possible, so he asked the bald uncle for a deposit. If he had a deposit of 1,100 yuan, plus this one and the 320 in his mobile phone, he could go directly to the Public Security Bureau to pay off the compensation later. Chapter 6 Selling Chicken. Although the bald uncle wanted Xiao Yao's goods, he wanted a deposit of 1,100 yuan at once. Even if he could give it, he couldn't give it all to Xiao Yao at once. What if Xiao Yao ran away? However, it was difficult to buy such a pure stupid chicken in the market. Most of them were inferior, and the most important thing was that the chicken of this stupid chicken was the best quality chicken he had ever seen. He really didn't want to miss this opportunity. The bald fat man thought seriously for a while. Half of the deposit is too much? What if I give it to you and you run away? I can only give you a deposit of 500 yuan at most. Think about it, I can give a deposit of 500 yuan, so I must want it. If you don't want it, then this 500 yuan is equivalent to giving it to you for free, and you can make a profit without losing money. Although the bald fat man wanted the chicken, he really didn't dare to give it to a young man he met for the first time. 500 yuan was a big decision. Okay, 500 is 500, including this chicken, a total of 700. Okay, the bald fat man took out a wallet from his pocket and swung out 700 yuan bills. He handed it to Xiao Yao, and also his business card. Here is 700 yuan, you count it, this is my business card. When you have the chicken ready, you can call me directly, you can send it to me or I can go pick it up. Xiao Yao took the business card. Jin Duoduo is an interesting name. I'll prepare the chicken and send it to you. My home is far away in the countryside, I don't have a business card. I'll tell you the number, you can save my number. Okay, don't you know what to call me, little brother? Jin Duoduo took out his mobile phone and wrote down Xiao Yao's phone number. Xiao Yao. That's a good name. Then little brother, I'll wait for your news. After saying this, the bald uncle took the chicken from Xiao Yao's hand and walked away. Well, bye. I didn't expect that young man to really sell the chicken. Yes, he sold it for 200. Jin Duoduo has a restaurant in the east, he must know the goods. It seems that it is really stupid chicken. It seems to be true, but if it is really stupid chicken, 200 yuan, Jin Duoduo will make a lot of money. I heard that the boy still has 11 chickens, how about we add money to grab them? This way we can make at least 100 per chicken. If you want to go, go, I don't have the nerve. Forget it, make less money. Several chicken butchers gathered together and talked, watching Xiao Yao and Jin Duoduo go away, chatting for a while and then dispersed. Xiao Yao naturally heard the discussion of several chicken butchers behind him. It seems that he sold 100 less per chicken, but who made him need money now, and he had received deposits from others, he couldn't go back on his word. A few hundred yuan was not worth it to violate his integrity. The remaining 11 chickens were naturally in his mobile phone backpack. 11 chickens were not a small number. Xiao Yao couldn't take them all at once, so he had to rent a small truck. Xiao Yao left the market and bought a bundle of large black plastic bags for 5 yuan at the supermarket selling plastic bags at the entrance of the market. There were many trucks to the west of the north gate of the market, but they were all open-top trucks, the kind used for moving. Xiao Yao wanted to find a truck with a cargo compartment. Beep beep, a car horn sounded from behind. Xiao Yao looked back and found that there was a car with a cargo compartment. Xiao Yao moved his feet and the truck stopped right where Xiao Yao had just stood. Xiao Yao was standing in a parking space. A bald man got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked very ruffian and smelled of salted fish. The car looked like it was used to transport seafood. Xiao Yao, who wanted to ask if he could rent it, didn't want to ask after seeing the other party's appearance. Hey, handsome boy, do you want a taxi? At this time, a sister-in-law poked her head out of a red three-wheeled tricycle. This red tricycle has a shed. The driver saw Xiao Yao standing on the side of the road and looked like he was taking a taxi. Xiao Yao looked at the tricycle. It should be able to hold 11 chickens, right? Sister-in-law, how much does it cost to go to Ziuhe village? Ziuhe village, it's a little far, 10 yuan. Can it be cheaper for a round trip? Round trip, I'll charge you 16 yuan for a round trip. Okay, Xiao Yao got on the car. It was much more cost-effective to take a tricycle. A taxi would cost at least 32 yuan for a round trip, which was more than half of the price. It was a bumpy ride. Although the fare was low, it was really bumpy. Finally, we arrived at the new house. Xiao Yao got off the car and opened the door. Sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go in and get something. Okay. The sister-in-law drove the tricycle and turned around at the door. She would have to go back the same way later. Xiao Yao went home, took out the chickens, and put them into black bags one by one. He carried out 4 bags at a time. Sister-in-law, wait a minute, there are 7 more bags. Xiao Yao loaded the car and asked the sister-in-law to wait for a while. Oh, do you need help? The sister-in-law politely asked for help. No, I'll finish it soon. Xiao Yao went back and forth twice to load all the bags onto the car and lock the door. Sister-in-law, wait a minute, I'll make a call. Xiao Yao got on the tricycle, took out his cell phone, and clicked on the phone icon below his personal information. It was his first time using it, but fortunately it was the same as making a call on a cell phone. After entering the cell phone number, Xiao Yao pressed the dial button. Beep. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Uncle Jin Duaduo? This is Xiao Yao. I have the chicken ready. Where should I send it? Ah, it's ready so soon? Just send it to the east of the market just now. I have a store here called Difu Restaurant. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Okay. Jin Duaduo hung up the phone. I didn't expect this guy to be so efficient. Old lady, prepare 1,700 yuan. 11 stupid chickens will be delivered later. The meat quality is the same as the one just now. Really? That's great. This kind of pure stupid chicken is really delicious. Just now, the Chinese teacher from number 1 middle school almost ate our bowls. She was full just by smelling the aroma of the meat. It's a pity that her kitchen is a transparent kitchen. If it were before, I would have eaten a few pieces first. What a pity. That beautiful Chinese teacher ate without leaving any soup. She is not polite at all. I am really curious about what kind of meat can be eaten like a bowl. We have picked up a treasure this time. Let's fry a part first. We have to taste it first. No problem, let you eat first. Look at your dead look. You always let me eat. When have you ever let me eat? Look at you, why are you racing while chatting? What racing? Why don't I understand? The two old couples were chatting about unknown stories in the back kitchen. The guests are coming, why don't you go and entertain them? The middle-aged woman saw someone entering the restaurant and urged Jin Duaduo to receive the guests. Hey, brother Xiao Yao, you're here so soon. Jin Duaduo turned around and found that it was Xiao Yao who came in with a warm face. After all, the big plate chicken sold to the Chinese teacher of number 1 middle school was sold for 500 yuan. You heard it right, it was 500 yuan. The restaurant processed it and doubled the profit. Customers are like this. Don't be afraid that he has no money, just be afraid that you don't have good products. Jin Duaduo looked at Xiao Yao with a smile, as if Xiao Yao had become his god of wealth. Come on, have you brought the chicken? I have, and I have to trouble Uncle Jin to help me move it. No problem, no problem. Jin Duaduo went out with Xiao Yao and moved the black bags from the tricycle to the restaurant. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was past the dinner time, so there were not many people in the restaurant. There were only 2 high school girls, holding their mobile phones and looking at something. One of the girls with long hair looked up at the door and found that it was a young man in plain clothes. Although he looked familiar, he glanced at him casually and didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to play with his mobile phone. Auntie, here's the fare. Xiao Yao handed the eldest sister-in-law 16 yuan for the fare. Young man, you're welcome. The eldest sister-in-law took the fare with a smile. After all, she was in this business and it was impossible for her to get it for free. After taking the fare, the eldest sister-in-law started the car and went to look for the next customer. There were a few words written on the back of the tricycle: family use, pick up and drop off students. It seems that the eldest sister-in-law is also a hard-working person. In addition to picking up and dropping off students, she also earns some money to supplement the family income. If there's a chance, she will definitely take the tricycle more often. Xiao Yao returned to the restaurant. Uncle Jin, how is it? My chicken is okay. At this time, the long-haired high school student not far away meowed at Xiao Yao. You are so dirty at such a young age. Little did she know that she had misunderstood, and it was not certain who was dirty. Xiao Yao didn't hear what they said, but he was too lazy to listen. He got the money for the goods so that he could go and pay compensation. Chapter 7: Buy chickens and upgrade. After taking the remaining 1,700 yuan from Jin Duaduo and adding it to the remaining 999 yuan he had on hand, he now had a total of 2,699 yuan. He was able to pay off the debt on his own and even have some left over. Then Uncle Jin, I'm leaving first. I'll contact you when I have chicken later. Okay, no problem. If you have ordinary broiler chickens and the price is right, you can also contact me. After all, only a few people can afford to eat stupid chickens. Okay, then Uncle Jin, I'm leaving first. Xiao Yao said goodbye to Uncle Jin. The moment he turned around, he happened to meet the eyes of the long-haired female high school student who was playing with her mobile phone. She was a very beautiful girl, but high school students who skip classes were probably rebellious. Xiao Yao just glanced at her and turned to walk out of the restaurant. Okay, then I won't see you off. I still have to freeze these chickens, otherwise they will go bad soon after a long time. The bald Uncle Jin Duaduo went to the kitchen. Old woman, Fry a big plate of chicken first. I have to satisfy my craving today no matter what. You should fry it. Your cooking skills are the best. I can't cook such good chicken to the best taste. Watch this, my handwork will definitely satisfy you. You look like a dead bear, hurry up. Through the transparent kitchen, you can see a bald fat man busy in front of the stove. Hey, do you think that young man selling chicken looks like the young man who got up in the morning to help the old lady on the roadside? The long-haired girl who had just looked at Xiao Yao tilted her head and said to the girl with glasses who was still looking down at her phone. The girl with glasses also raised her head and looked at Xiao Yao, who was preparing to take a taxi outside the door. Yes, that's him. When he was riding in your sister's car to the training ground, he happened to see an old lady fall down, and then he went to help her. Later, he seemed to be taken to the police station. He doesn't look very old. Doesn't he have classes? Today is Monday, why is he out selling chicken? The long-haired girl asked in confusion. Why do you care so much? There are so many young men who don't go to school to work now. But it's so pitiful that he was blackmailed by the old lady. Do you want us to go to the police station to testify? Words are not enough. We don't have any evidence. There is a dash cam in my sister's car, which can prove that the young man was innocent at that time. Forget it, it seems that he is fine. Maybe the police have already found out everything, otherwise how could they let him out? That's right, but go back and check my sister's dash cam tonight and make a copy. If he needs it, you can give it to him then. You are so enthusiastic. You don't want to pick up that young man because he is handsome. He's not handsome, but he looks clean and refreshing. Besides, we are in the 3rd year of high school and I don't want to fall in love. Tisk, it's just like you haven't had much relationship. Go, stop playing with your phone. You have to go to class soon. Hurry up and go to school. The two of them are art students, studying broadcasting. They went to training in the morning. After lunch, they played in the restaurant for a while. It is now 1:50 in the afternoon and the class is at 2 o'clock. Xiao Yao waited for a while and finally got a taxi. Zhaoyang City Police Station. Okay. The taxi turned around and accelerated and drove straight north. Huh? Why did I hear that young man was going to the police station? Did he come to sell chickens to compensate the old lady who hired her? The long-haired girl happened to hear Xiao Yao give the address. Really? I didn't hear it clearly. The girl with glasses didn't pay attention to where Xiao Yao said he was going. No, I have to go to my sister to get the dashcam records. It seems that this guy is really being blackmailed. Fifei, you go to school first. If the teacher asks me, please ask for leave. I'll go to my sister. You? Why are you so enthusiastic about everything? Go ahead, be safe. If the teacher asks me, I'll say you're still in training. The girl with glasses is Sun Fifei, 18 years old, a sophomore in high school, majoring in broadcasting. She has a round face, long sideburns on both sides, and a small ponytail at the back. She is introverted and always prefers to keep to herself. The long-haired girl is Yishin, 18 years old, a sophomore in high school, majoring in broadcasting. She has a lively personality and likes to meddle in other people's business. Well, is this an advantage or a disadvantage? After saying goodbye to Sun Fifei, Yishin took a taxi and headed north to the industrial area in the north of the city to find her sister. Of course, her sister is not old either, she is still a freshman, but her father has long asked her sister to manage the company's affairs. She studies in school in the morning and manages the company in the afternoon. 7 yuan. The police station arrived very quickly. After all, it was close to the market, less than 5 minutes away. Xiao Yao paid the fare, got off the car, and walked to the service hall. Hello, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm looking for Officer K. Oh, turn left after entering the door, the first room. The guard pointed Xiao Yao in the direction of the service hall. Officer K, it's really K. When both parties have no definite evidence, you favor the victim. I am also a victim. I am a victim in my heart. Xiao Yao muttered as he walked. His impression of Officer K suddenly became extremely bad, but there was no way. He had no evidence to prove his innocence. Well, I'll pay for a lesson. Maybe he will no longer be brave enough to help others in the future. Even if he does, he must protect himself and never rush forward without thinking. This country needs a law to protect bravery. After paying the compensation and closing the case, Xiao Yao left the police station and looked back at the sign on the top of the door, Zheoyang City Police Station, and the police badge in the middle, which looks so ridiculous. If you have any difficulties, find the police. Don't make fun of me. I will never beg you in this life. Goodbye. A tall building is built from the ground. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Now there is a mobile phone system. As long as you work hard, you don't have to rely on anyone. There are 12 chickens missing at home. I don't know how to explain it when I go back at night. I checked the mobile phone backpack and found 1,692. This is the startup capital. I have to upgrade to level 5 before the afternoon. It is better to make some money to explain the whereabouts of the chickens. Xiao Yao came to the chicken slaughtering shop in the market again. He wanted to buy some live chickens and take them home to kill. Xiao Yao came to sell chickens at noon, so these people did not enthusiastically come forward to ask if they wanted to kill chickens. Boss, do you sell live chickens here? Xiao Yao came to a shop farthest to the west. The owner was a younger woman. This shop was cleaner than the other shops, which were run by rough guys and were too dirty. The smell of chicken manure could be smelled before he even entered the door. Young man, what kind of chicken do you want? Broiler? Clumsy chicken? Pheasant? The woman asked enthusiastically when she saw that there was business. What are the prices? Broiler is 20, clumsy chicken is 250, pheasant is 1,000. Is the price so different? My price is very reasonable. I didn't ask you to panic. You can see that my store is too far inside, so the price is basically the lowest price in the market. The woman explained with a smile on her face. Broiler is okay, but clumsy chicken and pheasant are too expensive. Can I get a lower price for broiler? Can you deliver it? That depends on how many you want. 10 or 8, we don't have enough money for gas. I want 90 broiler chickens, 1,600, can you deliver it to my door, is that okay? Young man, your price is too low. We won't make much profit. Can you give me a little more? The woman wanted to negotiate the price more, after all, her price was really low. I have a large demand there. If it's okay, I will purchase all of it from you later. You have to know that the meat of these chickens has grown big. If we don't sell them, all the meat will be used as food. Food is money. If I have a large demand, you can increase the scale, make small profits but quick turnover. Besides, I don't have high requirements for broiler chickens. As long as they are adult broilers, I will take them regardless of the weight. As long as they are adult broilers. The woman was tempted when she heard Xiao Yao say that. After all, not every chicken is big enough, and some customers with less meat are unwilling to buy them, so they are all discounted. If these are taken into account, the price will be acceptable. As long as they are adult broilers, it's fine. But the minimum requirement is that I want healthy broilers. I don't want sick ones. What are you talking about? We won't sell sick ones either. We won't do anything that would ruin your business. Regardless of the weight, we'll take the job, but we won't give you anything less than 2 jin at the lowest. Don't worry about that. Leave a deposit and your phone number and address. I don't have so many live chickens in stock. I need to go to the chicken farm to get them. I'll call you when they're ready. Okay, how much is the deposit? At least 300 or 500. If you don't want them halfway, we'll have work in vain. The woman responded with a smile. Okay, then 500. Xiao Yao pointed to 500 and handed it to the woman, leaving his phone number and address. How long will it take to get better? If everything goes well, it can be delivered in 2 hours. Okay, then I'll wait for your call. Xiao Yao turned and left the market, and the woman closed the store and went to the chicken farm to prepare live chickens. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Witnesses. Uncle Policeman. Hello, classmate, how can I help you? It's like this, did you receive a case today where a young man knocked down an old lady? I don't know about this. Turn left after entering the door and ask the police officer in charge of the case in the service hall. Okay, thank you, uncle. You're welcome. The person who came was Yi Shihan, who took off the memory card of the dashcam in her sister's car. She came to serve as a witness for Xiao Yao. When she arrived at the service hall, Yi Shihan asked the same question again. Hello, please wait a moment, I will help you check which police officer is in charge. The female police officer at the front desk was typing on the keyboard on the computer to check who was in charge of the case. This case has been closed. May I ask which family member you are? I am. Yishihan was about to say that she was the family member of the young man, but she didn't know his name, and she was not a family member either. I am not a family member, I am just a passerby. Is the case closed? Yes, the case is closed. The young man who hit the person has paid 1,000 yuan in compensation. Why was the case closed so quickly? How did you determine that the young man was the one who hit the person? The young man has no evidence to prove that he was not the one who hit the person. Out of the principle of protecting the victim, the young man also has no objection to the sentence. How can you do this? Do you just sentence without evidence? We also handle this according to the law. The witnesses around at the time can prove that it was the young man who hit the old lady, and there were many witnesses, so the case was determined. Yishihan was angry. Witnesses, these witnesses are all those who are afraid of chaos in the world. Are they all blind? Fortunately, I went to my sister to get the dashcam, otherwise my own testimony may not be able to match so many blind witnesses. It's like this. I have important physical evidence here, and I can prove that the old lady was not hit by the young man. Can the case be overturned? Are you sure you have physical evidence? You should know that perjury is legally responsible. I'm sure. Okay, I'll contact the police officer in charge of this case for you. Then the front desk staff hurriedly made a phone call and said something incoherent. Soon a police officer rushed back from outside. Are you the witness of the hit case? The front desk staff briefly explained the situation. At this time, the person who came was Officer K, with a serious face. If the case was really wrongly judged, he would not be promoted within 2 years. He really regretted taking the 200 yuan red envelope from the old lady's family. He really picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. He and his colleagues had already checked the area nearby and found no surveillance. Yes, I was an eyewitness at the time, and I also brought a video evidence from the dashcam, which can testify for the little brother. I am willing to bear any legal responsibility for what I have said and done. And I will also report to the municipal party committee, reporting that you arbitrarily defined the case based on a few so-called eyewitness testimonies before the case was thoroughly investigated, and wrongly accused an innocent little brother. Your behavior is simply unworthy of the name of a people's policeman. Classmate, calm down first, come with me to the office, and we will talk in detail. Officer K's forehead was already sweating. If he really wanted to report to the municipal party committee, he would not only be unable to get promoted for 2 years, but he would probably not even be able to wear this suit. Xiao K, what's going on? Why is the hall so noisy? A middle-aged uncle with short white hair and wearing a white shirt but no police uniform stood at the door of the service hall and was startled by Yishihan's gradually rising voice. Director Wu, it's no big deal. There are just some misunderstandings among the people. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could make a high school student misunderstand like this? Director Wu walked over and said, the rest of you continue working. You two come to my office and explain. With that, Director Wu turned around and walked out the door. I guess Officer K will be punished this time. That's right. I almost know the victim in that case. It's been the 5th or 6th time every time. It's because Officer K's cousin is the deputy director and he is in charge of that area. Maybe this old lady is also a relative of Officer K, and they are working together on law enforcement. Stop talking, be careful that Officer K will make things difficult for you. So be it, he's been punished many times. This time, maybe Director Wu will take the opportunity to transfer him away. If he's transferred away, there's still Deputy Director Wang, right? Just focus on your work. After the few people left, several female police officers gathered together and talked for a long time. They didn't like Officer K either. He relied on his connections to often harass them, the female police officers at the front desk. They could only swallow their anger. After all, a higher level of authority can crush a person. It's about connections. Classmate, you can sit down too. Chief Wu came in and sat in the boss chair. Officer K, please report the situation. Officer K gave a general account of the case. Yishihan also supplemented some unclear parts. After all, she was the first eyewitness. Oh, do you have video footage? Yes, we happened to pass by at the time, and the dashcam captured what happened at the time. Show it to me. Yishihan handed over the memory card of the dashcam. The video played and soon reached the place where the old lady fell. An Audi car drove by, and then an old lady on the side of the road ran towards the Audi car, but she seemed to have misjudged the timing and did not hit the Audi car. She dodged and lay on the ground. Then about 5 seconds later, two young men appeared on the right side of the screen. One of the young men stopped the car and helped the old lady to the side of the road. Then the old lady grabbed the young man's clothes and stopped him from leaving. Then more and more people gathered around. At this point in the video, the truth was revealed, and director Wu paused the video. Okay, with this video, it is undoubtedly certain that the young man was wrongly accused, and the old lady was a fraudster. We have always said that we will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. This sentence really makes me panic. Director Wu, how should this case be handled? Okay was also a little panicked. The previous cases were closed and none of them were overturned. After all, evidence is difficult to find, and the compensation of a few thousand yuan is not worth going to the police station again. Most of them suffered a loss. How was the case sentenced? The perpetrator Xiao Yao was sentenced to pay 1,000 yuan in compensation to the old lady who hired her. The case has been closed. A young man who loves to help others was sentenced as the perpetrator and was ordered to pay 1,000 yuan in compensation. Chief Wu lit a cigarette. Take 2 deep puffs. Okay, go and pack up. Don't come to work for the next few days. Reflect on yourself for a week. Bees Hoang is still short of a police officer. You can go there to help when the time comes. Chief Wu, isn't this punishment a bit too much? I will report to my superiors. Don't think I don't know the cases you have handled over the years. Officer K wanted to say a few more words, but swallowed them back and got up and walked out. You old fool, wait until you are old and retire in 2 years, and my cousin takes over, then I will come back. Officer K seemed to have come to his senses, humming a little tune. It's not bad to go to Beeshuang police station. Although it is in the suburbs, maybe I can become a boss. Hi, Xiaomai. The female police officer at the front desk is called Chu Wenmei. I may be promoted. Do you want to transfer you to my side? No, I just started my internship here, and I am not familiar with many business matters. I am afraid that I can't help you at that time. It doesn't matter, don't I still have me here? I can help you, that's it. After that, Officer K hummed a little tune and went to the office to pack up his things. Xiaomai, what he said can't be true. Is he going to be promoted? It's good to have connections, and I don't know what position he will be. But transferring you there, isn't it like a sheep in the tiger's mouth? 1 or 2 female police officers nearby came over and asked with concern. I don't know either. If I really have to be transferred to him, then I will resign and stop being a policeman. Xiaomai, don't say that. You have studied in the police academy for so many years. If you resign, you can never be a policeman again. It depends on the situation. This is the last resort. Alice. The female police officer next to her was also helpless. She was just a front desk policewoman and had no connections and could not help others. Fortunately, she looked very ordinary and would not bring herself any trouble. Chapter 9 Witness Yishin. Huh? Chief Sergeant Wu took a deep puff of his cigarette. Classmate, let's give this young man Xiao Yao a banner that embosses his willingness to help others. In addition, I will report to my superiors and strive for a 10,000 yuan bonus for helping others, and then give it to Xiao Yao personally. Do you think this is okay? I'm just here to help bear witness. If you ask me this, I don't have the right to agree on behalf of Xiao Yao. You'd better try to get Xiao Yao's forgiveness. Yishihan just didn't want a person who did good things to be wronged. She came to bear witness only because she didn't want a good person to be wronged. She would feel bad if she had the ability to prove it but didn't. Then I'll leave first. I have classes in the afternoon. The rest is up to you. Seeing that things were going in a good direction, Yishihan did not stop. Uncle Wu, please make a copy of the video. I still want to take the memory card with me. Oh, okay. Chief Yaman Wu made a copy and handed Yishihan the memory card. I also want to thank my classmates for their enthusiastic help, which helped to reveal the truth of the case. By the way, what's your name? My name is Yishihan. Thank you, Miss Yishihan. This is what I should do. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Yishihan turned around and left the office. This is what I should do. This sentence should have been said by us. Alice, before I retire, it's time to purge the Yaman team. Chief Yaman Wu looked at Yishin going away outside the window and murmured in a low voice. Hello, Xiao Chu, come to my office. Chief Yaman Wu picked up the landline and made a call. From the sound of his voice, it was undoubtedly Xiao Chu at the front desk. Chief Wu, you called me. Xiao Chu, go and make 2 silk banners, one for the helpful young man, Xiao Yao, and the other for the enthusiastic classmate, Yishin. Chief Wu took a puff of his cigarette and continued, Go, we can't let people who do good things feel discouraged. We must encourage and reward acts of helping others and being brave, so that more people are willing to do good things. Okay, Chief Wu. Chief Wu took out his mobile phone from his arms and made a call. Hello, is this Accountant Liu from the Municipal Control Bureau? Well, it's like this. There's a model of helping others in our area, and we want to reward this model with a bonus of 10,000 yuan for helping others. We will send you the relevant materials this afternoon, and you can review them. Well, he is a college student, his family is also ordinary, and his background is clean. Well, okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Chief Wu hung up the phone and took the last puff of his cigarette. After the bonus is approved, I still have to go in person to do this matter, which will appear grand, and it will also add bricks and tiles to my political career and make more good impressions on the masses before I retire. Zhejiang University of Technology, Computer Science Department, Grade 14, Class 6. Hey, Zhou Tao, why didn't Xiao Yao come to class today? Don't you usually come with him? Seeing that Xiao Yao didn't come all morning, Xiao Yao's deskmate Xiao couldn't help but ask Zhou Tao, who usually went to school with Xiao Yao, what was going on. Oh, Xiao Yao asked for leave today for something, so he might come tomorrow. Zhou Tao was also anxious. It was already a whole morning. Should he tell Xiao Yao's mother? After thinking about it, Zhou Tao decided to contact Xiao Yao first to see if he had sorted it out. Xiao Yao, how is it? Zhou Tao sent a text message to Xiao Yao. Ding-dee. Xiao Yao was in a taxi on his way home when he suddenly heard the sound of a text message. Nothing, I'm going home. It's afternoon now. I'll go to school tomorrow. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried that you were detained. What did the counselor say? The counselor said he knew and didn't ask any more questions. That's right. He doesn't like me very much. He hopes I don't go to school so as not to affect others. Okay, I won't say anything. We're home. Okay, then you take a rest. I'll push the electric bike back for you tonight. No, it will take an hour to push it back. I'll just take a taxi to school tomorrow. Okay, then I won't say anything. Class is about to start. Well, bye. Zhou Tao put down his phone. Did you ask? How is it? Xiao, who was next to him, saw that Zhou Tao seemed to be sending text messages just now. Nothing, Xiao Yao is sleeping at home now. He's fine. This bastard, he didn't go to class. I must teach him a lesson tomorrow. Xiao said hatefully, as if it was a big mistake for Xiao Yao not to come. Zhou Tao turned his head away and didn't dare to talk to him. He muttered in his heart, Xiao Yao, don't blame me, I was just talking casually. Xiao Yao has already arrived at his new home. He opened the door and cleaned the entrance to the bungalow. He will unload all the broilers here later. It won't take long to kill them with the door closed, and the smell will dissipate quickly at the door. My hometown is in this village. A ringtone sounded. It was Xiao Yao's phone. Hello. Hello, is this Xiao Yao? We are at the entrance of the village. Where is your home? It's the first house at the easternmost intersection of the village. Okay, I'll be there in 1 minute. Xiao Yao hung up the phone, took out the final payment of 1,100 yuan and put it in his pocket. Beep, beep. The engine sound of a small truck came closer and closer. Xiao Yao waved his hand and the small truck slowly stopped at the door of Xiao Yao's house. A woman got out of the passenger seat. It was the woman owner of the market. How about it, little brother? Our efficiency is still pretty fast, right? The woman greeted Xiao Yao with a smile before she came over. Very efficient. Please unload it at the door. Xiao Yao pointed to the area at the door. Master, please unload them to that location. The woman greeted the driver, who seemed to be not her husband but a hired driver. After that, she came to Xiao Yao and said, Brother, my last name is Jinlian. I haven't asked for your name yet. Oh, Sister Pan, hello, my name is Xiao Yao. Jinlian was speechless for a while. Her last name was Jin, not Pan. Brother Xiao Yao, my name is Jinlian, not Pan. The quality of your batch of chickens is not bad. They all look fat. Xiao Yao didn't pay attention to what Jinlian said. The driver had to count the number of chickens while unloading the car, otherwise it would be difficult to count after unloading. So his eyes were fixed on the chickens in each cage moved by the driver. He didn't pay attention to what Jinlian said, but just responded subconsciously. Jinlian also saw Xiao Yao counting chickens all the time, and didn't care. The name was just a code name. But why did Xiao Yao keep calling her sister Pan? Did he have a sister with the last name Pan? After the chickens were unloaded, there were 5 chickens in each cage, 18 cages, 90 chickens in total. After unloading the truck, the master took a small broom and went to clean up the back of the truck. Xiao Yao took out more than 1,100 yuan from his trouser pocket and handed it to Jinlian. This is the balance of 1,100 yuan. Sister Pan, please count it. Jinlian took the balance and counted it. The amount was just right. At first, she thought that a young man might not have so much money. When Xiao Yao paid the balance, she felt relieved. Little brother, I will call you Xiao Yao. If you have any needs in this regard in the future, just contact me. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Okay, no problem. I may have to trouble you again. Xiao Yao thought about it. People came from so far to deliver the goods. It's impossible not to give them saliva to drink. Besides, it seems that these chicken cages have not been paid for yet. Sister Pan, take a break. I'll make you some tea to quench your thirst. How can I do that? Jinlian settled the bill with the truck driver. The truck driver started the truck and drove away. Jinlian turned around and walked to Xiao Yao's yard in advance. She looked around Xiao Yao's yard. She was curious about where this young man got so much money to buy chickens and what he would do with the chickens, so she didn't go back immediately. Since Xiao Yao invited her, she might as well stay and find out more. Xiao Yao was speechless for a while. He originally wanted to let the truck driver drink some water, but he didn't expect that he took the money and drove away directly. This elder sister was really persuasive. He was just being polite, but he didn't expect that he would take it seriously. Xiao Yao had no choice but to boil water and make tea. Although he was in a hurry to kill the chicken, he couldn't chase him away now. Chapter 10, Detective Glasses. Soon the tea fragrance filled the air. Little brother, your tea is really good. It smells refreshing and refreshing. It's this year's spring tea. The price is not cheap. Jinlian sipped the teacup gently and tasted the tea slowly. I don't know much about tea. I have a small tea garden at home. My dad brewed it himself. Xiao Yao said truthfully. Oh, your own tea garden. Jinlian gently put down the teacup. Well, it's not big, just over an acre. Your father is good at making tea. I'll ask him how much he has and the price. If the price is right, I'd like to buy some. My old man also likes to drink tea, so maybe it would suit his taste. Okay, I'll ask my father the price later. By the way, why did you buy so many broiler chickens, little brother? A distant relative of mine runs a restaurant. He asked me to buy a batch of broiler chickens and he will come to pick them up in the afternoon. Oh, then you'd better ask your relative to take them away as soon as possible. After all, the chickens are all in cages, and heat dissipation is a problem. And I see that your house has a roof, so ventilation is also a problem. If it's overheated or lacks oxygen, the chickens will easily die in batches. Indeed, I neglected this. I'll call him to pick it up soon. Your house has a roof, so ventilation is really a problem. With so many chickens breathing here, there's not enough oxygen. It's so hot. As she spoke, Jinlian took off her coat and kept fanning herself with her right hand. Sweat was dripping down her forehead. She looked really hot. Xiao Yao said seriously, Sister Pan, I have something to do later, so I won't keep you any longer. Maybe I will need another batch of broiler chicken soon, so you should go back and prepare them. Okay, little brother, I'll wait for your news when I get back, remember to call me. Jinlian of course saw Xiao Yao's discomfort. Her face turned red like an apple. Jinlian put on her coat, walked out of the door in small steps, then took out her phone and called a Didi Express. After a while, the Didi Express arrived, and it seemed that a Didi Express was passing by nearby. Little brother, I'm leaving first, remember to call me. Jinlian poked her head out from the back of the car and greeted Xiao Yao with a smile. Sure. Xiao Yao waved his hand and watched the car go away to the east. The taxi driver looked back at Jinlian and then at Xiao Yao, muttering something. Xiao Yao said goodbye to Jinlian and went back to the house. He drank a cup of tea in one breath. Xiao Yao, who was still a novice, had never seen such a majestic person. He took a few deep breaths and was ready to work. Killing 90 chickens was not a small matter. It would take more than an hour to kill one chicken every minute. Xiao Yao closed the door, took off his coat, and moved down a cage of broiler chickens. Most broiler chickens were white, with a relatively simple color, unlike domestic chickens, which were colorful and had beautiful feathers. Xiao Yao took the chicken out of the cage, tied its feet with a rope, emptied a cage, and then chopped off the chicken's head with a knife and threw it into the cage, letting the chicken flop in the cage. Then all the chickens around clucked. If it wasn't in the cage, I'm afraid it would have climbed onto the roof. There was no other way. Time was tight. Xiao Yao didn't have time to slowly bleed the chicken. He could only be simple and rough, throwing it into the cage and letting the chicken flop slowly. Ding, level up, current level 4. Ding, level up, current level 5. Ding, main quest, keep up the good work, completed. The phone's notification sounded again and again, but Xiao Yao didn't look at it, because the moment of upgrading, his whole body would be full of strength, so Xiao Yao didn't feel tired, and killed all the chickens first. Because he only chopped off the heads, the efficiency was improved. In just 1 hour, Xiao Yao killed all the chickens. After another half an hour, there was basically no sound of chickens thumping. Xiao Yao collected the chickens and the money that exploded in the cages one by one. This time, there seemed to be no small boss, and no special equipment dropped. He looked at the backpack. Low-quality fresh chicken, quantity 90, eating increases hunger. 1. There is a 50% chance of poisoning, and can be cooked. Sure enough, the meat quality of broiler chickens is not good, and the name has low quality, and the hunger degree only increases by 1. Money. 542. The money dropped by broiler chickens is also small, only 5 yuan per chicken, which is pitifully small. Excluding the money from the explosion, the cost of a chicken is 13. If these chickens can be sold for more than 13, then I will not lose money. Xiao Yao looked at his personal information again. Name, Xiao Yao. Age, 19 level. 5 health. 140 strength. 5 agility. 5 intelligence. 12 plus 1 experience. 76/160 inches. Although the money dropped is less, the experience seems to be 2 experiences per chicken. I can't see other people's attributes, so Xiao Yao doesn't know what level his attributes are. Fortunately, the level 5 task will give a reconnaissance glasses, which should be useful in this regard. Xiao Yao couldn't wait to open the task list. Main task, keep up the good work, upgrade to level 5, reward item, reconnaissance glasses. The first task reward goes directly to the backpack. Why do I need to collect the task reward for this task myself? Xiao Yao clicked to receive the reward. Insufficient backpack space, please clean the backpack and claim again. Why is there only 1 space in this damn backpack? How can I increase the space in the backpack? Xiao Yao looked at the low-quality broilers on the backpack. The number was 90. Oh my god, I was going crazy. But there was no way. Xiao Yao went to the east warehouse to take out plastic bags. Fortunately, there were enough plastic bags, and then put them one by one in the bag. Get the reward. Detection glasses can detect information about objects and creatures within a range of 1 meter. 1 meter? Although I am nearsighted, the distance I can see without glasses is more than 1 meter. These glasses are too useless. Xiao Yao still took out the detection glasses, but he didn't expect it to be a contact lens. Xiao Yao washed his hands with soap several times, then took out the mirror and slowly put on 2 contact lenses. Connecting. Ding. Connection is successful. Ding. Retinal projection is turned on. Ding. Brainwave interaction is turned on. Xiao Yao, who put on the contact lenses, suddenly felt that the world had never been so clear before. Moreover, this was not just a contact lens, but also a brainwave interaction device. The prompt sounded directly in his mind, and a series of text prompts were also directly projected on the fundus. It was very high-tech. Xiao Yao picked up a chicken. In addition to being clearer, there was no information. It was already within 1 meter, right? Why was there no information? Xiao Yao checked his phone again and found a skill in the skill bar, and there was an eye icon on the left side of the skill bar. Reconnaissance skill, level 1, information on objects and creatures within a range of 1 meter can be detected. Proficiency 0/10000 cost 60 gold minute to turn on off. I didn't expect that the skill of this reconnaissance glasses could be turned on and off, and I didn't expect that it would cost money to turn it on. Fortunately, it only cost 60 in 1 minute. With Xiao Yao's current worth, well, 542 yuan, he can still afford it. Xiao Yao directly clicked to turn it on. At this time, Xiao Yao looked at the chicken again, only to see low-quality chicken appear directly under the chicken. Well, this is really like a game. It looks a bit like augmented reality VR glasses. Xiao Yao happily took all kinds of items in the kitchen. Kitchen knife, spoon, cutting board. In the end, Xiao Yao was tired of playing. All the items had no attributes, only a name. Even Xiao Yao specially received a mobile phone backpack, but it only had an additional attribute of kitchen knife, daily necessities, and no other attributes. Unwilling to give up, Xiao Yao took out the feather pen on his clothes. Feather pen, intelligence +1. In the end, Xiao Yao discovered a problem. The items in this world themselves do not have any attributes, and the only items with attributes are those dropped by monsters, such as the only item he dropped, the feather pen. Chapter 11, Auction of Quills. Although this feather pen only increases intelligence by 1, you should know that the original items in this world do not have any attributes, so this feather pen in your hand is extremely precious at this time, because it is too special. It's a pity that Xiao Yao doesn't know if there is an auction in Xiaoyang City. It would be great if he could sell this feather pen. After all, what he lacks most now is money. Why not put it on Taobao's online auction and try your luck? He did it as he said, but he had to clean up first. Xiao Yao put all the chickens into the mobile phone backpack, and then stacked the cages at the door. It was a pity that the backpack only had 1 compartment, otherwise these cages could also be put in. How can I explain so many cages to my mother at night? And those missing chickens, forget it, there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Let's take it one step at a time. Xiao Yao rinsed the yard with clean water several times and opened the door to let the smell dissipate faster. After doing all this, Xiao Yao took a stool and sat down at the door, opened the treasure collection, and then found the auction category. He took a few photos of his feather pen and posted the item. Xiao Yao directly set the starting price at 1 million. If someone buys it, it will be better. If no one wants it, he will not lose anything. The ancestral out-of-print feather pen is a fine product handed down from generation to generation. There is only one left in the world. It has the effect of clearing the eyes and developing intelligence, making thinking more agile and open. It is the best choice for personal collection and gifting to relatives and friends. There is only one left in the world, waiting for the right person. If you don't like it, please don't criticize it. It is sold without refund or exchange. Post the item. Xiao Yao carefully wrote some descriptions of the item and then clicked post the item. Although it was a little exaggerated, the effect was indeed there, and it was unique. The auction item posted by Xiao Yao was quickly flooded with various comments. Selling a wild ultraman, purebred female, only 1 million, only one, hurry up. Selling purebred calabash dolls, picked from the colorful Calabash Mountain, not yet hatched. The first person you see when it hatches is its mother, never betray, hurry up if you want one. Selling calabash dolls, invisible dolls, unlimited supply, affordable price. Xiao Yao did not continue to pay attention to the auction information, but thought about how to explain to his mother in the evening. Should he tell the truth? For such things, the fewer people who know, the better. Before finding out the truth, Xiao Yao did not want to make his mother worry. What if someone else found out? What if there is an evil technique that can read memory or something? Especially when he is not strong enough to protect his family, Xiao Yao can only let as few people know the secret as possible. Collecting copper, iron, aluminum, old TVs, old motorcycles, and old tractors. A strong voice of collecting rags came from the street. Great, I was just worrying about what to do with these cages. Hey, uncle, this way. Xiao Yao went out and shouted to an uncle driving a tricycle. Young man, what are you selling? How much is a pound of iron? Iron is cheap now, 30 cents a pound. Okay, weigh the cages in the house and give me an integer. Young man, although these cages are old, they are not broken. Are you sure you want to sell them? Sure, will you take them? I will take them, but do your family know? Don't forget, come back to me after you sell the cages. Don't worry, these cages are not mine, they won't come to you, I'm selling them for my cousin. Xiao Yao brought up the non-existent cousin again. Okay, I'll weigh them. Let's do this. I'll weigh one cage and then multiply it by the number. There are so many, so I won't weigh them one by one. Okay, just do it and don't cheat me. Look, what are you saying? I'm such a grown man, and I'm cheating a young man like you. Hey, then uncle, please hurry up, I still have to clean up. Okay, the uncle said and hurried to get busy. The uncle saw so many cages, and they were still in good condition. The price of selling cages was much different from the price of selling scraps. They could also make a lot of money by selling them as cages. After a while, the uncle weighed them. One cage is 8 jin, a total of 18 cages, 30 cents per jin, a total of 43.2 yuan, 44 yuan for you. Okay, just calculate it, give me the money and hurry up to move it. Okay. The uncle happily counted 44 yuan and started to load the car quickly. It was finished in a short while. After all, it was fast to carry 2 empty cages at a time. Okay, young man, I'm leaving now. This car is full, so I'll go back to the waste station. Okay, uncle, take care. Xiao Yao asked the uncle to bring 2 more buckets of water, and flushed the entire ground several times, hoping to get rid of the smell before the evening. The problem here has been basically solved, and the only problem left is the 13 chickens. Xiao Yao felt a headache. If he had known earlier, he would not have killed all of them. It would have been better to kill one. At least it might not be noticeable if he killed one. But if the whole nest was gone, Xiao Yao was really afraid that his mother would call the police. And he couldn't be at home now, otherwise it would be even more terrible if his mother found out that he hadn't been to class for a day. He looked at the time. It was 5 p.m., and there was still half an hour before school was over. Hello, Mom? Hey, you haven't gotten off work yet? This is what happened. My counselor is sick and in the hospital. My classmates decided to go and give him some gifts. Don't we have some chickens at home? My classmates want to buy a few chickens from my counselor to replenish his body. Well, okay, I'll go get them. No need to come back to help. I came back with a few classmates. Just take them. Well, okay, hang up. Xiao Yao hung up the phone. Alice, there was no way, so he asked the counselor to make a friendly appearance again. This problem here has been initially solved. The remaining 90 chickens must be exchanged for money as soon as possible. After all, if he wants to use the reconnaissance skill, he will have to keep spending money. Hello? Is this Uncle Jin? Hello, it's Brother Xiao Yao. What's the matter? Do you have chicken again? Yes, we have chicken, but this time it's ordinary broiler chicken. Do you need it? Broiler chicken. I usually buy them from the market at 18 each, and I'll give you this price. How many do you have? Uncle Jin, the quantity of chicken I have may be a bit large. I can charge you 15 per chicken. If you can't finish it all, please introduce me to any friends in the catering industry. I will make sure you are full. You kid, you're so arrogant. How many this time? There are 90 this time. Can I have them all at once? That's so many. The quantity is a bit large, but if it's 15 per chicken, I can work with some friends in the catering industry to get them. Okay, I'll send them to you tomorrow when they're ready. It's almost time for dinner today, and you're busy, so I won't bother you, Uncle Jin. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Just send the goods over tomorrow when they're ready. I'll call my guys too. Okay, bye, Uncle Jin. Xiao Yao hung up the phone, and the chickens were settled. 90 chickens, 15 yuan each, 1,350 yuan, so he would not lose money, and could even make 200 yuan. Chapter 12 Everything for the Children. A boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old was babbling, lying on a blanket, playing with toys. Alice, I don't know what sin I have committed. A middle-aged lady looked at the boy who was playing lovingly, her eyes full of love. The middle-aged lady's name was Liu Yuan. Her husband was the boss of a local real estate company. She had a son in her old age, but she didn't expect that the child had some intellectual problems. He was already in junior high school, but his intelligence was still at the level of a newborn baby, and he couldn't learn to read at all. She had consulted many well-known doctors at home and abroad, but with the current medical level, there was no treatment for mental illness. She could only leave it to fate. Maybe one day he would get better. The middle-aged lady could only stay at home with her child every day. She hadn't gone out shopping for many years. She just went shopping and bought some things all day. She bought all kinds of useful and useless medicines, such as smart pills and yiddiatuang. They were all false propaganda and useless. However, the middle-aged lady did not complain to the shop owners. After all, those medicines were health products and could not be used as medicines at all. The middle-aged lady would often visit the auction house and would buy some ancestral secret recipes and ask her servants to make herbal medicines to try, but they never worked. At this time, the name of a treasure caught the middle-aged lady's eye: ancestral feather pen, a masterpiece that can improve intelligence. The middle-aged lady couldn't help but click on the description of the treasure. A description of the treasure that could be said to be nonsense appeared on the middle-aged lady's tablet. Ancestral feather pen, a masterpiece that can improve intelligence. The only one left in the world has the effect of improving eyesight and developing intelligence, making thinking more agile and open. It is the best choice for personal collection and gifting to relatives and friends. There is only one left in the world, waiting for the right person. If you don't like it, please don't criticize it. It is sold without refund or exchange. There are still 22 hours left in the auction countdown. If no one bids, the treasure will be unsold. Anyone can bid on the auction channel. There are all kinds of strange treasures. The website only provides a platform. The authenticity and actual use of the items are the responsibility of the buyer and seller. There were already over 10,000 comments below, all kinds of comments, but no one made a bid. After all, 1 million is not a small amount, and this feather pen is not as good as it is said to be. 1 million, but the middle-aged lady's eyes lit up at this time. She didn't care about the price of the item. 1 million was just a move of a finger for her family. What she cared about was whether the item was really as described, even if it had a little use. However, seeing that this feather pen was so exquisite, even if it didn't have the use it said, what if the child liked it and started to learn it? Hello, Lao Wang? Well, I saw a treasure at the auction, maybe it would be useful to my son. The price is 1 million. Can you transfer 1 million to me? I want to buy it. Well, okay, hurry up, I'm afraid someone else will buy it. The middle-aged lady hung up the phone. The money was all with her husband. Although she had some pocket money, she couldn't take out 1 million at once. Baby, wait a minute, I'll transfer money to my wife. A bald fat man in flowered shorts got up in a hurry, and there was a young girl next to him. The beauty climbed up behind Wang Fuge, stretched out her two jade hands to hug Wang Fuge, and blew a groan like an aphrodisiac into Wang Fuge's ears. The bald fat man was Wang Fuge, the husband of the middle-aged noblewoman Li Yuanun. In the past few decades, Li Yuanun has been at home with her son and rarely goes out. He can be said to be free and easy outside. Li Yuanun has no time to pay attention to him, which makes him happier. Therefore, he usually meets Li Yuanun's requests as soon as possible, for fear that if he fails to meet her requirements, she will come to the company to cause trouble. However, the reason why he did not divorce Li Yuanun was only because his wife had some relatives in the municipal party committee. Therefore, with this relationship, some things in the real estate industry are more convenient to do. Ling. After a while, the text message notification sound of the transfer sounded. The middle-aged noblewoman Li Yuanun saw the reminder of the arrival of the account, directly operated the tablet, transferred it to Xiao Yao, and then submitted the deposit to take a picture of this feather pen worth 1 million. Wow, look, someone really took a picture of it. Although many people were paying attention to the feather pen and there were many comments, no one bought it, because for treasures like this, such as the Wild Ultraman Calabash Brothers, there were people who originally posted the treasures, but later when someone really took a picture of it, the seller couldn't ship it, and was sued by the buyer. Later, it was heard that the seller sold his house, car, and body and paid a high compensation. Later, no one posted these strange treasures anymore. Maybe someone really took a picture of it, but if they couldn't ship it, they would have to pay a high compensation. We don't understand the world of the rich. 1 million to buy a feather pen, this is not Ultraman, people really have feather pens. Yes, as for this effect, to be honest, it's hard to say whether it has any effect on intelligence. It is precisely because of the effect of increasing intelligence that it is really like a health product, and the effect is dispensable. The middle-aged noblewoman Li Yuanun took a closer look at the pictures of the treasure. At least this feather pen was very beautiful, with colorful feathers, very gorgeous. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, Li Yuanun would try it. She had waited too long, so long that she was already gray-haired at the age of 40. She was afraid that she would not be able to wait until the day when her son would wake up. As night fell, Xiao Yao did not continue to pay attention to the auction items he posted. Now he was holding his mother's mobile phone, trying to connect to the unknown wireless network. After trying several times, Xiao Yao gave up, because except for some ordinary wireless networks with passwords, there was no wireless network without a password after countless refreshes. Even if he searched with his own mobile phone, he could not find the wireless network. The wireless network was as if it had never appeared, without a trace. Of course, at night, Mom still questioned Xiao Yao about the lack of so many stupid chickens. When Xiao Yao took out 500 yuan and said that the classmates would bring the remaining 1,000 yuan tomorrow, Xiao Yao's mother gave up questioning 12 stupid chickens could be sold for 1,500 yuan. She really wanted to beat Xiao Yao up, but it was already sold, and she couldn't ask the counselor to return it. Xiao Yao's mother had to give up and was frying the rooster that Xiao Yao left behind. It's true that the meat of the little boss rooster is really delicious. Xiao Yao ate 2 large chicken legs, and Mom also ate a lot of chicken. This rooster meat is really tender, it melts in your mouth, you don't need to chew it hard. Xiao Yao, eat more. No, Mom, I'm full, I'm going to the new house. Xiao Yao touched his mouth twice and got up and went out. Money. 0 inches. Looking at the 0 behind the money in the backpack, Xiao Yao had no choice but to give his mother 500. The remaining money was used up to activate the reconnaissance skill. Without money, the reconnaissance skill was automatically turned off. Except for the inability to detect information, at least the fundus projection and brainwave interaction can be used. Since putting on the reconnaissance glasses, Xiao Yao no longer needs to wear myopic glasses. Tomorrow, he will have to give his mother another 1,000 yuan after selling the chicken. Without money, he can't activate any skills or upgrade them. He can't move an inch. Sigh, it's really a headache. Ding, successfully survived for 1 day, backpack space +1. A reminder sounded in his mind, and a message appeared in front of his eyes, so the backpack adds 1 space for every day of survival. Xiao Yao looked at the backpack again, and sure enough, 1 space was added, 2 spaces, great, this is much more convenient, no need to throw out all the other items to collect 1 item. Xiao Yao looked at the time again, 1840, the last time the phone updated the system was about this time, that is, starting from the time the phone updated the system, 1 backpack grid is added for every day of survival. It seems that adding backpack grids is not very difficult, it just takes time. There is no school today, so there is no homework. Xiao Yao rested for an hour, and then went out to run to the east hillside. Usually there is not much time during the day, so Xiao Yao will take time every night to run, do exercises or something. Chapter 13. Renting a house. There were no street lights on the mountain road. Following the cement road, Xiao Yao trotted up the eastern hillside in the moonlight. Due to the improvement of his physical attributes, Xiao Yao did not even have a breath. It seemed that this amount of exercise was not enough to play the role of exercise. Perhaps he should find a better way to exercise. In the distance was a brightly lit city. 12 buildings were visible to the naked eye, and the lights were bright, but there was no place for his own home. The housing prices were getting higher and higher. After finishing school, he didn't know if he could buy a house of his own in the city. Looking back at the village, the tranquility of the village formed a sharp contrast with the bright lights and feasting in the city. In contrast, every household here has a house of their own, but living in the city is the wish of the villagers. Maybe they feel that living in the city, the living standard is much better, and living in the high-rise buildings in the city is the life that the villagers yearn for. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone. Maybe if he followed an ordinary life, it would be difficult for him to buy a house in the city. However, the emergence of the mobile phone system made Xiao Yao feel that maybe everything was not so difficult. How to make money with a mobile phone system, make more money, let parents live a good life, walk out of the ravine, and live in the city, this wish seems to have hope to be realized. First of all, the mobile phone system itself can be used as a storage space. According to past experience, 1 grid is added every day. It won't take long for the space to be enough for logistics and transportation. All the work that needs to be moved has become very simple, but such a mobile phone is used as a truck. Is it too much of a waste of talent? With Xiao Yao's current vision, He really can't think of what to do to make money for a while, so this can only be discussed later. Secondly, the mobile phone system can upgrade one's physical attributes. There are two ways to upgrade: accepting system tasks or killing monsters, that is, animals. Xiao Yao has a glimmer of hope after the upgrade. For example, now, it takes at least half a day to run up this hill, but now, there is no breath after running up. The change in physical fitness shocked Xiao Yao. The current level is still low. If you want to continue to upgrade to level 10, level 20, or even level 100, there is also the upper limit of the level. Is it unlimited or has an upper limit? If you reach level 100, will you be able to fly? Thinking of this, Xiao Yao was excited. It was late at night, and there was already a trace of fog in the air. It was time to go home. Xiao Yao pulled back his thoughts and walked down the mountain. The next day at noon, Zhejiang University of Technology Computer Department 14th grade 6th class. This is an advanced mathematics class, and the students are listening to the instructor's lecture attentively. Run. Suddenly, a hoarse shout rang out. Xiao Yao stood up suddenly, and his back was covered with cold sweat. He was a little tired after running around too many places yesterday, and he didn't get enough rest last night, so near noon, Xiao Yao couldn't hold on and fell asleep on the table. Ho ha ho ha. After a short silence in the classroom, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Xiao Yao. Stand at the back. The instructor, the advanced mathematics teacher, who was giving a lecture, was already blushing. This poor student Xiao Yao, it's okay if he doesn't study hard and sleeps in class, he can turn a blind eye, but you shouted so loudly, the whole campus heard it. How can he, as a counselor, put his face? How will his classmates look at him? How will the ducks look at him? Ahem. It has nothing to do with the ducks. Xiao Yao looked at the instructor on the podium with a red face. The hair on the big black hemorrhoid at the corner of his mouth was sticking up. Xiao Yao wanted to laugh more and more. He simply lowered his head and pursed his lips. After a while, the smile gradually disappeared. Xiao Yao was confused. Where are the zombies all over the campus? Just now, he went to the toilet with the fat man. When he came out of the toilet door, he found that the students in the whole campus were running out desperately. Screams and cries came one after another. Through the crowd, Xiao Yao saw that there were several students lying on a classmate on the ground in the distance, tearing clothes and flesh. There were broken limbs and blood all around. There were also a lot of students with hideous faces and blood in their mouths, chasing the students who were running away. Cannibalism? Zombies? Damn it, Xiao Yao shouted to the fat man, run. And accelerated to follow the crowd to the classroom. Did you hear me? Go to the back and stand to listen to the class. You won't feel sleepy if you stand. The counselor urged Xiao Yao to stand at the back of the classroom to listen to the class. With a look of disgust on his face, he turned back to continue teaching, as if he would get pregnant if he looked at Xiao Yao for one more time. Xiao Yao stood at the back of the classroom in a sullen manner, holding a textbook in his hand. The episode ended quickly. Most of the students turned back to look at the blackboard and continued to listen to the class. The fat boy in the distance was winking and gloating. His desk mate Xiao occasionally looked back at Xiao Yao. You could see that the corners of her mouth were raised very high, and she couldn't help laughing. Is this a dream? But why is it so real? Which one is reality? Xiao Yao tried to twist herself hard. Hiss. It hurts. It seems that this is reality, but I can't be sure that this is reality. Pain is just a feeling. Even in a dream, it would hurt to twist yourself. The memory was a bit messy. Xiao Yao didn't know whether the clear scene just now was an illusion in a dream. However, thinking about the zombies that eat people, Xiao Yao felt a little scared. His legs unconsciously became a little weak, and his arms were powerless. He felt empty inside, as if he had run a 5-kilometer cross-country race. His back was already wet and chilly. Xiao Yao simply leaned his back against a blackboard at the back, and felt much better. He felt full of security in his heart. He didn't expect that a man like him also needed a sense of security. Xiao Yao shook his head and laughed at himself. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Yao didn't listen to the get out of class at all. Seeing that the class was about to end, Xiao Yao shook his legs, and his legs were about to numb from standing. Fortunately, it was about to end. Ring, ring, ring. The bell for the end of class came as expected. Xiao Yao was free, and dragged his tired legs to his seat. Xiao Yao, come with me to the office. Haha, he. There was another round of gloating laughter in the classroom. You are a bunch of heartless people who only know how to gloat over others' misfortunes. When the zombies come, I won't remind you to run away, Xiao Yao complained for a while, and followed the counselor's advanced mathematics teacher to the office with his head down. Xiao Yao, 19 years old, is a freshman in Class 6, Grade 14, Department of Computer Science, Zhejiang University of Technology. Although he is not a lazy hooligan in school, his grades have always been at the bottom, so the counselor doesn't like him. He has a weak personality, and the counselor is unwilling to take care of ordinary hooligans. For people like Xiao Yao, the counselor can still take care of them, and show his tough style in front of his classmates, which serves as a warning to others. Yes, that's right, Xiao Yao is a negative example. Xiao Yao rarely communicates with others, so he doesn't have many friends. His desk mate Xiao is one of them. Usually, he only talks to Xiao a little more. The fat boy Zhou Tao is one of them. The main reason is that they are from the same village and sometimes go home together after school. To be honest, even if Xiao Yao doesn't go to class for a day, I guess they won't notice that he is missing. Pa. The counselor threw the lesson plan on the desk. Xiao Yao, call your parents tomorrow morning. I don't think it's necessary for a poor student like you to continue wasting time here. You can go home and sleep as long as you want. Sleeping here will affect other people's normal studies and waste your parents' hard-earned money. It's better to leave school early and help your parents do more work than now. It can also save some resources for the country. This is good for everyone. The counselor sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Xiao Yao, his eyes releasing undisguised contempt. Yes, it was contempt and disdain. Xiao Yao glanced at the counselor's eyes and lowered his head again. Now try to show an attitude of sincere admission of mistakes, maybe the counselor will not pursue it further. About half an hour later, Xiao Yao felt a layer of saliva on his head. Okay, go back and write a 2,000-word self-reflection. If you make the same mistake again, you will be asked to drop out. The counselor nagging for a long time, but Xiao Yao kept his head down. It was almost half an hour before school was over, and the counselor didn't want to waste time with a poor student here, so he could just scare him. It wouldn't make much difference whether he was there or not. The counselor wanted to ask Xiao Yao to drop out, so that the class average score could be improved. However, asking a student to drop out is a big deal, and the school has no right to ask a student to drop out unless he makes a big mistake. After all, the school still has to make a profit. How can the profit be made by expelling students? The counselor was just talking. The school has the obligation to teach and educate, and students also have the right to receive education. After leaving the office, Xiao Yao went straight out of the school. At this time, the canteen should be out of food. He planned to eat outside the school and see if there was a suitable place to rent. Otherwise, it would be a long way to transport broilers home and then transport chicken back every time. Besides, it was not convenient. Although Xiao Yao only had the lunch money his mother gave him in the morning, he was just checking out the place this time. If the place was suitable, Xiao Yao would go to get money. After leaving the school, there was a village to the south 50 meters west along the road. There was a highway. This highway was a national highway. It was usually very busy with traffic. Xiao Yao slowly went north along the national highway to see if there was a suitable place to rent. The first one was a scrapyard. Xiao Yao looked through the crack of the door. Several groups of people were weighing scraps. Looking at the scraps all over the floor, it was estimated that it would not be rented out. Xiao Yao went to the second one. The second one was a supermarket selling small commodities. The door was full of boxes of wine. It seemed that the business was doing well. It was estimated that it would not be rented out. Further north was an iron workshop. There were some finished and semi-finished iron frames and iron doors at the door. A master was holding an electric welder and was working on it. From time to time, a dazzling white light flashed. Xiao Yao went north again. There was a small courtyard extending inward. Xiao Yao went over to see a young sister wearing an apron and holding a water pipe and rushing at a car. Seeing someone passing by the door, she habitually looked up at Xiao Yao. It seemed that the person did not drive over and continued to wash the car. Xiao Yao glanced inside. It seemed that this was a car wash shop. It was estimated that it would not be rented out. Xiao Yao shook his head and continued to go north. Further north was a forest with no front houses. In fact, Xiao Yao likes this car wash shop because there is a separate small yard at the entrance, which is convenient for doing things. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no intention to rent it out. Xiao Yao turned around and prepared to go to the village in the south to buy some lunch. Little brother, I see you come and go several times. What are you going to do if you wash the car? At this time, the young sister in an apron came to the door with a rag in one hand to ask Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao looked up and saw a person getting out of the car behind him. He was holding a vacuum cleaner to suck up the debris in the car. It seemed that this was a young couple who opened a car wash shop. Oh, hello, I would like to ask if there is a house for rent nearby. Oh, you want to rent a store? There are no stores for rent here. It doesn't have to be a store, as long as the place is bigger. Oh, as long as the place is bigger, it's fine. We have a yard in the village in the south, but it doesn't have 5 rooms. We only have 3 rooms. There is no bungalow. The yard is quite big. The 2 rooms next door belong to my sister-in-law. There is a wall in the middle, but we don't live there usually. I don't know if it's suitable. Oh, I don't know how to calculate the rent. Hey, I'm free anyway, 200 yuan a month, do you think it's okay? 200 yuan is not very expensive. If the place is big enough and suitable, Xiao Yao can consider renting it. Can I go see the house first? Okay, it's not far away anyway. The young sister turned around and said, Honey, I'll take this brother to see the house. He wants to rent the house. Okay, come back soon. A thin man wearing glasses got out of the car, glanced at Xiao Yao, and continued to go into vacuum. Come on, brother, I'll lead the way for you. The young sister took off her apron and hung it on the door railing, then wiped her hands with a rag on the door railing. My name is Zhang Fangfang. What's your name, little brother? Xiao Yao. Oh, brother Xiao Yao, come with me, it's not far from here. She took a step and walked south, and Xiao Yao followed closely behind, heading towards the house in the village that the elder sister mentioned. Chapter 14 Selling Chicken. Following the road to school to the east, they returned to the school gate. Zhang Fangfang walked east for about 20 meters and entered a small alley to the south. Because it was close to the school, all the houses on the roadside in the village were rented out. Along the east-west road of the school were many educational institutions and small restaurants, hamburger and milk tea shops, etc. Following Zhang Fangfang into the alley and walking south for nearly 200 meters, some barber shops appeared on the side of the road. There was a girl sitting on a stool at the door of almost every shop, with her hair dyed in various colors. Xiao Yao took a look and found that all the barbers were sisters in their 20s or 30s. I don't know if there is any business in this village. However, I think of what Zhang Fangfang said just now. If the small courtyard is rented out, it will only be 200 yuan a month. These barbershops should be about the same price. They can still make enough money to rent. After all, the houses along the street should be around 3,000 yuan a month. Xiao Yao saw those barbershops. The door was very small, and there was a hair treatment on the glass. The haircut was very dark inside. It didn't look very good. Through the door, you can see that there seems to be only a mirror and a chair, and there is a dirty curtain behind. I guess a haircut in such a barbershop is only 5 yuan? Continue to the south, and there is an unmanned vending machine. There is a poster of a beautiful woman in revealing clothes on the door. Xiao Yao wondered, is there business in the village with an unmanned vending machine? Xiao Yao has seen this kind of store before. It should sell some adult products. Could it be? Are these barbershops not just for haircuts? Xiao Yao looked back at the barber sitting on the stool at the door. Now it seems that the hair is dyed in various colors, some of them are permed, the face is pale, and the clothes are indeed a bit exposed, low-cut suspenders, mini-skirts, stockings, high heels. Wearing these clothes, are you sure it is convenient for haircut? Maybe I think too much. Xiao Yao continues to follow Zhang Fangfang forward. Sister, haven't we arrived yet? We're almost there, the one with the electric pole in front is it. Zhang Fangfang pointed to a place with an electric pole in front. Xiao Yao looked ahead and saw that there were still 10 meters to go. Finally, we arrived. The houses in the village seemed to be built at different times, because the houses were not in a line, and the alleys were winding. When I came to the small courtyard, I saw a very dilapidated rural house with a not very high wall and a rusty iron gate. When I opened the iron gate, I saw a not very wide small courtyard. The courtyard was already overgrown with some weeds. This house looked like it had been abandoned for a while. Sister, no one has lived in this yard for a long time. Well, We bought a building in the west, so few people come to live here, and it has been abandoned. Can the rent be cheaper? You name a price, and I will rent it to you if it's suitable, brother. 150. Xiao Yao said tentatively. Okay, 150 is 150. How many months do you want to rent it for? If it's suitable, I might rent it for a while, but I don't have any money on me right now, and I may not have money until tomorrow. Don't worry about it. My shop is in the north anyway. I see that your clothes are from the Beijing University of Science and Technology. Well, I'll give you the key. There's nothing valuable in the house anyway. You can clean it up when you have time, and just come to my shop tomorrow with the money and give it to me. Thank you so much, Sister Fang. I'll bring the money to your shop tomorrow and send it to you. Okay, that's it. I'll give you the key. You can clean it up when you have time. I have something else to do in the shop, so I'll go back first. Goodbye, Sister Fang. Xiao Yao went out to see Zhang Fang off, and returned to the yard again. It didn't matter whether there were many weeds or not, as he didn't live here anyway. He took a look around the inner room. There was a rural stove, a brick bed, a few simple tables, and a shabby double bed. The dust was very thick. It seemed that they were not planning to live here. Maybe they were keeping this shabby house waiting for demolition. After a quick look at the environment, Xiao Yao took out 90 chickens, packed them in plastic bags and placed them on the cement floor in front of the yard. There was a small piece of cement floor about 3 meters wide between the house and the yard, which was at least clean. Xiao Yao called Jin Duoduo. Hello, Uncle Jin, this is Xiao Yao. Is it convenient now? Hi, it's Xiao Yao. It's 12:40 and I just finished my work. The chicken is ready. Is it convenient to come to Daoxiang village to pick it up now? I have to go to class soon and don't have time to deliver it. Oh, okay, there is an alley 20 meters east of the south gate of the high-tech zone middle school, and then go south all the way. Yes, I'll wait for you here. Okay, come on, call me if you can't find it. Okay, hurry up, Uncle Jin, okay. Xiao Yao hung up the phone and came to the alley at the door, so that at least he could see the entrance of the north alley. Xiao Yao had been paying attention to the entrance of the north alley, waiting for Uncle Jin to drive to pick up the goods, but the barber girls sitting at the door of the barber shop saw the direction of Xiao Yao's sight and thought he was looking at them. Hey, handsome boy, do you want a haircut? A beauty who is closer to Xiao Yao was bold enough to ask for business. Not for now. Come to me when you want a haircut, I'll give you a discount. How much is a haircut? It's 10 yuan for just a haircut, I'll give you a discount of 9 yuan. It actually cost 10 yuan, much more expensive than the 5 yuan he had imagined. The rent here is so cheap, but a haircut is still so expensive. He only gave me a discount of 1 yuan. What a profiteer. Xiao Yao stopped talking and waited quietly for Uncle Jin to come. About 10 minutes later, a van appeared at the corner. It should be Uncle Jin. The van was getting closer, and the barber girls on the roadside stood up and called the driver, Brother, do you want a haircut? The van finally drove to Xiao Yao's site and stopped. Uncle Jin got out of the car. Xiao Yao, is this your home? Why is it in such a place? Uncle Jin looked back at the girls in the north, waved, smiled and greeted them, then turned back and said to Xiao Yao with a grin, But I like it, where's the chicken? In the yard. Xiao Yao led Uncle Jin to the yard and pointed to the plastic bags on the cement floor. They're all here. Count them. Uncle Jin, can you give me the money for the goods first? I haven't had lunch yet and the school will be closed soon. I have to go buy some food. When you finish moving, just lock the door for me. Their school ends at 12 o'clock and the school gate closes at 1 o'clock. 1 to 2 o'clock is the lunch break. You can't enter the school during this period, and the school lunch break is mandatory. In order to get enough energy for the afternoon classes, you can't ask for leave again today. However, this lunch break is purely for freshmen. Sophomores and juniors will not go at all. But there is no way. Freshmen are relatively obedient and have to go to the lunch break honestly. You haven't had lunch yet, I should have brought you a bowl of rice with toppings. Jin Duoduo took out his wallet from his trouser pocket, took out a roll of money, and probably counted it long ago. Well, count it. What are you counting? We are old friends. Then Uncle Jin, I won't help you, I'm leaving first. Xiao Yao took the money and put it in his trouser pocket. Okay, you go eat, I'll take care of this. After saying that, Jin Duoduo rolled up his arms and started to move the chicken. Xiao Yao bought a hamburger and Coke combo from the hamburger shop at the entrance of the alley and ran straight to school. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Afternoon Thunder. Xiao Yao ran to the classroom. Many classmates were startled by the sudden noise. They looked up at the door. When they saw Xiao Yao, they didn't say anything. Some of them lowered their heads and talked. After all, Xiao Yao was called away by the counselor after school. They thought Xiao Yao was just released by the counselor. Hi, he greeted his deskmate Xiao briefly. Xiao Yao, you didn't just come back from the office. No, I came back from outside the school and went to buy food. Xiao Yao took out a hamburger from his pocket and ate it greedily. As for the Coke, because he ran too fast and it was too steamy, Xiao Yao threw it away. Xiao Yao ate a hamburger in 10 seconds. Xiao Yao hit his chest hard. He was choked by the hamburger. If he had known, he would not have thrown away the Coke. Drink some water. Look how choked you are. Deskmate Xiao handed over a pink water cup with a straw in the mouth of the cup. Thank you. Xiao Yao didn't care too much. If he didn't drink the water at this time, he would really choke to death. He drank half of the water, and then he calmed down his breathing. He wanted to return the cup to Xiao, but after looking at the pink cup, Xiao Yao hesitated. The cup was already on his lips. Wouldn't it be too rude to give it to Xiao? Xiao, wait for me to buy you a new one. I drank from this cup and it's dirty. Xiao Yao was too embarrassed to give it to Xiao directly. It's okay, I'll just wash it later. It's not a big deal. Xiao grabbed the cup and stopped looking at Xiao Yao, but her cheeks flashed a blush. Thank you then. Xiao Yao said awkwardly. You're welcome. A faint and silent response came from Xiao's mouth. By the way, did the counselor make things difficult for you this morning? Xiao asked with concern. Nothing, just asked to write a 2,000-word self-criticism. Go home and search for it on Baidu. It's a different era now. This thing is not difficult. We can even write 10,000 words. Xiao Yao tilted his head and boasted. PFFT. Seeing Xiao Yao playing tricks, Xiao felt relieved. I called you many times when you were sleeping in class, but you just didn't wake up. You suddenly stood up and shouted, and scared me. Did you have a nightmare? Well, strictly speaking, it is a nightmare, but I still feel uneasy, as if something big is going to happen. Since having a nightmare, Xiao Yao feels that he has no energy and feels very sleepy. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang. It was the lunch break bell. Xiao Yao simply cleaned up. It was lunch break before 2 p.m. Although Xiao Yao didn't have the habit of taking a lunch break, the school's lunch break was mandatory. No matter how sleepy he was, he had to lie on the table. At that time, the school leaders would come to inspect. But after nearly an hour, even though he didn't have the habit of taking a lunch break, Xiao Yao, who had nothing to do, eventually fell asleep on the table like them. I don't know how long it took. Crack. A thunderclap woke up the sleeping classmates. Xiao Yao, who was wandering in his dreams, was also awakened by the thunderclap. He wiped the saliva from his mouth and looked out the window blankly. He remembered that it was sunny at noon, but now it was cloudy with lightning and thunder. The weather really changes suddenly. The weather forecast clearly said it would be sunny last night. What's going on? It turns out that the weather forecast cannot be fully trusted. The room suddenly became dark. It was clearly noon, but it was so dark that I couldn't see my deskmate's face. The student who was close to the switch turned on the light, and the light spread down, giving each student an inexplicable sense of security. It was so terrifying just now. The sunny day suddenly became light night. The feeling of the coming storm really gave me a sense of déjà vu of the end of the world. Coupled with the wanton wind, the north wind whistled, and it felt like the glass couldn't withstand the enthusiasm of the wind and was about to break at any time. There were even more fearless students rushing to the window to watch the raging wind outside the classroom. From a distance, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be about to come down at any time, making people feel quite depressed. The rolling dark clouds rushed to the south quickly, completely squeezing the only light in the south sky to a place where it could not be seen. After there was no light in the sky, click. Another thunderclap sounded, and a raindrop fell like a bullet, splashing a cloud of dust on the ground, and then countless raindrops followed one after another, as if the Milky Way burst its banks and heavy rain poured down. The strong wind mixed with raindrops made the attack more fierce, and the sound of hitting the glass became louder and louder. After the lightning, crack, there was another thunder, and then the classroom fell into darkness again. Ah! Ah! Shouts came one after another, some from girls, some from boys. The power went out. There was nothing more terrifying than the scene in the night with thunder and rain. Bang! Ah! Fuck, the glass of the window is broken. As if it was the last straw that broke the camel's back, the students leaning against the window desperately leaned towards the middle of the classroom. The heavy rain shot in through the broken window, like a Gatling gun. Through the occasional flash of lightning, you can find that all the students in the classroom are crowded in the middle of the classroom, and in the middle is Xiao Yao. Yes, he is sitting in the middle of the classroom, but at this time he is a little out of breath. There was a nice fragrance in his arms. It smelled like a female classmate, definitely his deskmate Xiao Yao. Behind him was definitely the fat guy Zhou Tao, because he was full of body odor. Even with his back facing him, the mixture of fragrance and body odor almost made Xiao Yao faint. At this time, Xiao Yao was probably the only one who could use the light of lightning but didn't look out the window. Others were either so scared that they wanted to hide in the hole of the table, or watching the storm, screaming from time to time with the lightning and thunder, as if riding a roller coaster, afraid and excited, wishing the storm would be more violent. About half an hour later, the rain was not so urgent, and the wind was not so strong. Occasionally, it hit the window, but flowed down the glass without making any sound. Ah! Another girl screamed. Although it seemed that the storm was over, everyone was still nervous. The students near the classroom door saw a dark shadow flash in. I'm the counselor. I hope none of the students are hurt. The shadowy figure who came and spoke. It must be the counselor from the sound of his voice. After all, there was no electricity at that time and the sky was still gray. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell who it was. Teacher, several pages of glass in the north window were broken, and the books on my desk were all wet. A boy sitting by the window answered the teacher pitifully, almost saying that he couldn't do his homework. As long as no one is hurt, it's fine. About half an hour later, the sky gradually cleared up, and the sun drove away the dark clouds, as if everything just now was a dream. Only the watermarks on the ground, the broken glass shards, and the rain outside that had not had time to flow away proved that there was indeed a storm just now, and it came and went quickly. After the rain, the sky cleared up. The students in the classroom returned to their seats to tidy up the messy books. The students whose books were soaked took them to the balcony near the window to let the newly coming sun dry them. The students on duty swept the broken glass on the ground with the brooms. Some students were still immersed in the excitement just now, discussing with each other in a low voice. Xiao, a classmate, blushed as she sorted the books on the table again and again. Although the storm just now made the whole classroom a mess, she actually leaned on Xiao Yao. Now she felt like finding a gap to get in. She could only sort the books again and again to relieve her inner embarrassment. Xiao Yao didn't think so much. So many people were crowded together at that time, and the fat guy Zhou Tao almost hugged her. She couldn't give herself to him, right? Xiao secretly glanced at Xiao Yao and saw that Xiao Yao didn't have any abnormal expression, and didn't even blush. He calmly sorted the desk and books. Xiao slowly exhaled. Fortunately, he didn't notice it, but why did she feel a little lost in her heart? Seeing that the students were all fine, the counselor sorted out the lesson plan and prepared to teach the math class. This class was originally a computer English class, but it looked like the counselor would start teaching the advanced math class from now on. After all, there were only a few dozen minutes left in this class, and the beautiful English teacher might as well not come. The afternoon passed quickly, perhaps because there were 1.5 classes missing. When the school bell rang, the students who had already packed their bags ran to the parking shed like flying. If this speed was used in the sports meeting, the counselor would definitely be very satisfied. Xiao Yao packed his bag slowly, said hello to his deskmate Xiao, and prepared to leave. Xiao Yao, wait a minute. At this time, his deskmate Xiao called Xiao Yao, with a light blush on her cheeks. What's up? Well, this is yesterday's notes. You didn't come yesterday, so I'll lend it to you for tutoring. Xiao handed Xiao Yao a notebook. Thank you for your notes. Xiao Yao took the notebook and looked at the surface. It was still pink, And she was really full of girlishness. Then I'll go first. Fatty is still waiting for me. Yeah, okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Xiao Yao turned around and ran out with his school bag on his back. If the fat guy waited too long, he would probably nag for a long time. Xiao Yao, can you hurry up? You're always so slow after school, just like a grown-up girl. You have to put on makeup for 2 hours before going out. The fat boy Zhou Tao was already waiting for Xiao Yao in the carport, and he would complain every time he waited for Xiao Yao to come. I see. Why are you so eager to go home? You don't play Skyrim, what do you know? I have to go home and see my babies. The final exams are coming soon, so you should play less games and have fun after the exams. I see. You're as nagging as my mom. The two chatted casually along the way and soon arrived at the fork in the road at the entrance of the village. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. At the fork in the road, Zhou Tao turned south, while Xiao Yao turned east. Chapter 16. The quill pen sold for 1 million. Yeah. A short, messy-haired, crooked-mouthed silly girl from the edge of the village saw Xiao Yao after school and babbled something to him. Xiao Yao never looked at these people differently, and always responded with a smile. This was a silly girl in the village who couldn't speak and was usually afraid of strangers. At the beginning, she also had a stern face when she met Xiao Yao, but every time Xiao Yao smiled at her, over time, the silly girl was no longer afraid of Xiao Yao, and even took the initiative to say hello every time they met. When I was a child, I heard from adults that every village has a village guard. There are some people with 5 disadvantages and 3 shortcomings. Although their lives are difficult, they are carefree and live happily every day. They basically have some mental problems and endure the cold words and endless complaints of the villagers. One day, when their merits are fulfilled, they will become a god and be among the immortals. When he was a child, Xiao Yao still believed these things, but now he is a freshman and has long been an atheist. However, Xiao Yao still does not have so many prejudices against people like Shagu. They are already very pitiful. Why should we use words and eyes to stimulate and hurt them? The needs of these people are very simple. Every time we meet, give them a warm look. A look that treats ordinary people is enough. What they need most is recognition. Back to the old house, Xiao Yao handed the remaining 1,000 to his mother. When his mother saw that Xiao Yao's classmates really gave the remaining money, she no longer pursued these stupid chickens questions. Xiao Yao was finally relieved. This problem came to an end. He checked the surrounding wireless network again and found that there was still no garbled wireless network. Maybe the wireless network really disappeared. However, Xiao Yao decided to check the garbled wireless network every day in the future. After a hasty dinner, Xiao Yao said goodbye to his mother and came to the new yard to check his inventory. Personal information: name, Xiao Yao, age, 19, level, 5 health, 140 strength, 5 agility, 5 intelligence, 12 + 1 experience, 76/160 personal skills. Scouting level 1, can detect information about objects and creatures within a range of 1 meter. Proficiency, 86/10000. Consumption, money 60/minute to turn on off backpack, empty money. 348. No experience has been credited for a day. After all, there is no money on hand, and there is no way to buy chickens in bulk. The scouting technique has long been automatically closed because the money has been used up. There is only 348 left from the chicken just sold today. It is night now and there is no need to turn on the scouting technique. Besides, the 348 cannot be moved. I have to pay rent to Zhang Fangfang tomorrow. I have survived for another day. The backpack has added another space like yesterday, and now there are 3 spaces. By the way, how is the auction of the feather pen? It should be more than 1 day. Each auction item has 24 hours. It will either be taken down or taken down within 24 hours. Xiao Yao clicked on the auction item and found that there were 999 plus messages in the message column. Xiao Yao clicked on it and saw all kinds of meaningless comments. Xiao Yao clicked on my auction. Your item has been auctioned. Please ship it within 24 hours. Oh my god, my item was auctioned? Xiao Yao was shocked by the auction item list he clicked on. The feather pen was bought? If I remember correctly, I should have set the starting price at 1 million, right? Did someone really bid for it? Xiao Yao clicked on the details. Consignee, Liu Yun delivery address, 5 Yanlong Lakeside Villa District, Xiao District, Jiayang City Tel. 131xxxxxxxxx. Someone really bid for the feather pen. I'm rich. Xiao Yao jumped up happily, walked around the study several times, and looked at the auction information again. He really didn't bid for it. He couldn't help but get excited. After a long while, Xiao Yao slowly calmed down. Although the feather pen was bid, the money had not yet reached his Zifubeo, so it was not his. There was a clause in the auction that the payment would be automatically transferred to the seller after the buyer received the goods. Xiao Yao understood the rules in advance before submitting the auction. The next step was to ship the item. A feather pen worth 1 million yuan could definitely not be sent by ordinary express. Xiao Yao immediately eliminated ordinary express. Currently, the safest and fastest express in the country is SF Express. Although it is a little more expensive, it is at least safe and fast. Although the money has not yet arrived in his account, it is also half of it, right? Putting down his phone, Xiao Yao opened his school bag. He hadn't done today's homework yet. Besides, he had a 2,000-word self-review. If he didn't write it, he might be called to the office by the counselor tomorrow to be scolded. After finishing his homework, Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone again, looked through the review templates of various masters on the internet, and then slightly changed the template to meet the requirement of 2,000 words. Well, it was too simple, much simpler than doing homework. Looking at the time, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. As usual, it was time for exercise every night. Xiao Yao changed into sportswear, closed the door and ran out. He passed through the tunnel of the highway halfway. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao was already standing on a small hill 3 kilometers east of the village. In the distance to the southeast was a group of high-rise buildings with bright lights. The light gray smoke and mist above the city seemed to cover the city with a film greenhouse. Only on this hillside could you see the stars in the sky. In recent years, Jiayang City has developed rapidly. In a few years, it has developed from a few scattered high-rise buildings to the current high-rise buildings. However, a few years ago, a highway planned by the state extended infinitely from north to south. Nearly the 5-meter-high slope and the wire fence almost became a protective wall, just separating Xiao Yao's village from the urban area. The narrow bridge hole was very inconvenient. Every time there were passing vehicles, they had to give way to one car. Later, there was no real estate development here. It was probably because there was no money to be made. After all, to get rich, you have to build roads first. With such underdeveloped transportation, no one would like to develop here. Real estate companies are not welfare institutions. Why would they invest in projects that don't make money? Looking up at the stars, Xiao Yao took a few deep breaths and began his martial arts practice. The 7th set of National Middle School students radio gymnastics, the times are calling, and ordinary running is no longer enough. Although it was a popular gymnastics in the school, the simple movements condensed the essence of China's 5,000 years of martial arts routines. It was scientific, standardized, beautiful and generous. It used ordinary gymnastics to teach people in an entertaining way to help them strengthen their bodies. Xiao Yao performed each movement seriously and meticulously, striving to achieve standard movements. After the whole set of gymnastics, Xiao Yao was already sweating profusely and was physically and mentally exhausted. He couldn't help but sit on the protruding rocks on the hillside and took a few deep breaths before he relaxed. Xiao Yao had never done gymnastics on the hillside since the first time. After I collapsed from exhaustion, I discovered the extraordinary nature of this set of gymnastics. It is a simple set of gymnastics, but doing it simply and doing it attentively can produce completely different results. At school, when doing calisthenics during breaks, students are often perfunctory. Even students with standard movements do not have enough strength. Occasionally, a few students have enough strength and standard movements, but they will be ridiculed by their classmates. Some teachers even took videos and posted them online to make people laugh. Others laughed at me for being too crazy, but I laughed at others for not seeing through me. During a break, those who do the calisthenics seriously can exercise their bodies and have the effect of strengthening their bodies, while most students just skim through and do things perfunctorily, which really wastes the original intention of the creator of this set of gymnastics. Young man, can I bother you for a few minutes? A deep, strong and powerful middle-aged voice suddenly sounded next to Xiao Yao, which frightened Xiao Yao. Damn, I met a salesman in the middle of the night? Is he a human or a ghost? Chapter 17, Young man, I have a martial arts secret book. Who are you? Xiao Yao got up and retreated for a while, keeping a safe distance, and glanced around, ready to run away at any time. Young man, please be patient. I am the old man who watches the mountain. I have no ill will towards you. The old man signaled Xiao Yao not to be afraid. After all, anyone would be scared if they were suddenly called at night. When Xiao Yao heard that it was the watchman, he relaxed a lot. Following the voice, there was an old man with messy hair not far away in front of him. His face was black and he could hardly tell his face. Next to him was a little girl dressed like a beggar. Knowing that they were watchmen, her vigilance was reduced a lot. Seeing their dress at this time, she couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. I have some change here, take it to buy some food. Xiao Yao took out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Xiao Yao hated to see pity the most, so he just wanted to do his best to make himself feel at ease. Young man, we don't want money. I see that you are amazing. You are a rare martial arts genius. The old man stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Yao's arm. Stop, stop. How much do you want? I'll give you. Tell me how much do you want? His only sympathy was instantly wiped out. What era is this? A 3-year-old child should be able to recite this line. Xiao Yao stopped the old man's hand and took out the only 10 yuan left in his trouser pocket. He handed all 15 yuan to the old man. Young man, we really don't want money. I have a martial arts secret book here. Take it and read it when you have time. Maybe it will have an effect you don't expect. Oh? What miraculous effect will it have? Can it fly into the sky and hide in the ground? Xiao Yao followed the old man's words. It is true that it can fly into the sky and hide in the ground after refining it to perfection, as long as you have the perseverance and willpower. The old man answered seriously. Okay, how much is your peerless martial arts? Let me tell you first, I'll give you 15 yuan, no more. Looking at the old man's serious nonsense, Xiao Yao didn't expose him. Anyway, I only gave him 15 yuan, no more. Just 10 yuan. The old man looked at Xiao Yao and thought that he would not accept his secret book, even if he didn't want money. Okay, 10 yuan, I'm afraid of you. Xiao Yao handed the old man 10 yuan, took the martial arts secret book with a yellow cover, and put it in his trouser pocket without even looking at it. Little sister, these 5 yuan are for you, use it to buy candy, don't give it to this old man, he is very bad, be good. Xiao Yao stuffed the 5 yuan into the little girl's pocket, not caring about the dirt, and touched the little girl's head. The little girl tilted her head in disgust to avoid Xiao Yao's hand. Xiao Yao awkwardly retracted his hand in the air. This little girl is a liar, I don't mind her dirtiness, but she is disgusted with me. Xiao Yao shook his head and didn't bother with this little girl. It's getting late, I'll go home and look at this secret book. Xiao Yao suddenly felt like doing some martial arts etiquette, and turned around to leave. Young man, wait a minute. Old man, what else do you want? Here is a soul-soothing bead that can guard the soul and exorcise evil spirits. I give it to you. Just treat it as a talisman. The old man seemed to have made a great decision. He took out a black bead from his arms and handed it to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao took the black bead. It was the same as the marbles he played when he was a child, except that it was black. He couldn't just take other people's things. Xiao Yao didn't want to owe others a favor. Even if this bead was not as mysterious as the old man said, Xiao Yao looked through his trouser pocket and found a piece of unopened chocolate. It was mainly for replenishing energy when running. He took it out and handed it to the little girl. I can't take your gift for nothing. Give this chocolate to this little girl. This chocolate is very sweet. Don't eat too much at one time. Out of curiosity, the little girl took the chocolate this time, but still didn't thank him politely. Xiao Yao didn't care. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Well, young man, see you again if we're lucky. Well, goodbye, he silently said to himself, never see you again, I'm scared to death. Xiao Yao ran down the mountain quickly, fearing that the old man would call him again. Master, why did you give our sect treasure to that kid? That kid looks like a weakling, I think I can beat him with just one finger. The little girl had already opened the package and was chewing the chocolate. Well, this food is quite sweet, I must ask him for more next time. This time I went down the mountain, one is to look for opportunities, and the other is to find a way to solve the upcoming crisis. The old man raised his head and looked at the northern sky. The spoon shape of the Big Dipper was almost upright, and the shape was gradually not a spoon shape. If it continued like this, it would probably become a straight line in a short time. 7 stars in a row? I don't know what will happen, but because of the rapid economic development in recent years, the sky is shrouded in mist, and it is difficult to see the starry sky in the past. Even the brightest Big Dipper is now dim and almost invisible to the naked eye. It's God's will, let it go, and don't think about these messy things. I heard that nowadays you can spend money to communicate with a princess face to face? What's the place called? KTV? Yes, KTV, let's go. Today I want to discuss life with a princess face to face. Master. The little girl suddenly remembered what Xiao Yao said to her just now, and stomped her feet in anger. This old man is so bad. But I also want to see the princess. Is she as beautiful as the senior sisters? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of a bad idea. Let's go. Not far away, on a large rock on the hillside, a young man and woman were cuddling together, apparently taking advantage of the night to have a secret date here. Young people nowadays are running and exercising late at night. I was shocked at first. I didn't expect that a single dog came out to vent his hormones that have nowhere to go. It's okay to come out for a run, but you're talking to yourself here alone. Will being single really make you sick? Honey, don't worry about it. There's no one here now. Let's drive. Okay, baby, sit tight. Hate it. The woman punched the man's chest with her little fist, and the man took the opportunity to hug the young woman's waist. The two slowly lay on the stone. As the night deepened, there were pine trees of different sizes around, and it was hard to see what they were doing. Chapter 18, Surprising Attribute Items. After returning home safely, Xiao Yao couldn't wait to run to the study to get his cell phone. He didn't bring his cell phone with him for running at night. Although he brought his reconnaissance glasses, he couldn't open the reconnaissance skill without his cell phone. Because he had survived for another day, there were already 3 spaces in his backpack, and they were all empty. Xiao Yao put the beads and secrets into his cell phone backpack. Soul locking bead slowly absorbed the vitality of living creatures within 1 meter around. Level 20 swallowing can absorb all the vitality of the soul locking bead. Swallowing below level 20 will be backfired, and the vitality will be instantly drained by the soul locking bead. Current vitality 5/10000 inches. The old man seemed to be lying. This bead didn't have the function of guarding the soul. Looking at the instructions, it didn't seem to have any benefits. The only use was that it could only be used at level 20. He was only level 5. If he accidentally ate it now, wouldn't he immediately become a mummy? Xiao Yao looked at the second martial arts secret book again. Body strengthening technique. It can enhance physical fitness. When it is refined to perfection, one will have an indestructible body. The level requirement is 10. This book is still a genuine martial arts secret book. The old man did not lie to him. It is estimated that the old man does not know that he has a mobile phone that can check the properties of items. The martial arts secret book is real and can enhance physical fitness. It is similar to the golden bell cover. This bead does not have the function of guarding the soul. If you wear it on your body, won't it absorb your vitality all the time? And it is 1 meter around, and everyone who comes into contact with you will be unlucky. This bead can be renamed as a broom bead. Broom bead plus body strengthening technique. This old man is very sinister. On the one hand, he lets the soul locking bead slowly absorb the vitality of himself and the people around him, and on the other hand, he gives himself a secret book to enhance his physical fitness. Is he afraid that he will die too quickly? Xiao Yao looked at the bead carefully. There will be no GPS positioning system for this bead. What if one day he can't hold on and is sucked dry? Then the old man will find him through GPS positioning and look for the next predestined person. The old man probably didn't know that his destined person had a mobile phone system, and that putting it in the mobile phone backpack could completely isolate the broom beads from absorbing the vitality of the living. In this way, he could practice this bodybuilding technique with peace of mind. There had been no main quests for a long time, and he really had no money on hand, so Xiao Yao didn't deliberately upgrade. The requirement for the secret book was level 10, so he had to hurry up. The reason for hurrying up was not only the level 10 required by the secret book, but more importantly, there were items with attributes in this world. This item was not dropped by me when I killed monsters. Could it be that other people also had mobile phone systems? Xiao Yao suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. The level of the beads was 20, and the level of the secret book was 10. which meant that other people's levels were much higher than his. He didn't bring his mobile phone when he ran at night, and he didn't check the old man's level in the first place. This world was far more dangerous than he thought. Although there were many game attributes, Xiao Yao didn't dare to take the risk to try. Whether the character could be resurrected was too sensitive. What if life only happened once? Money, money, money. What he lacked the most now was money. If he wanted to upgrade quickly, he could only spend money to buy chickens. Fortunately, if everything went well, he would get 1 million by selling the feather pen tomorrow, which would give him a considerable amount of starting capital. Secondly, Xiao Yao had to verify his backpack to see what the upper limit was. After all, at present, the backpack could only hold 90 chickens at most. Xiao Yao had to determine how many chickens could be put in one space of the backpack. Time was running out. He looked at the time. It was 9:50 in the evening. He didn't know if Uncle Jin was asleep or not. Xiao Yao tried to dial the phone. Beep. After a while, the call was connected. Xiao Yao, you scared me to death. What's wrong, Brother Jin? Xiao Yao heard Jin Duoduo call himself brother, so he also called him Brother Jin. Nothing, I'm getting a haircut. What's the matter? You're calling your brother so late. Jin Duoduo held the phone in one hand and put his arm around the waist of the hairdresser with the other hand. Yes, the hairdresser was the girl from the barbershop on the street of the small courtyard that Xiao Yao had just rented. I didn't expect that this old man would dare to cut her hair at night instead of going home. Brother Jin, it's like this. I want to ask you for a favor. Xiao Yao didn't care why Jin Duoduo still had to get a haircut so late. This Uncle Jin, if he remembered correctly, was a bald man. What's the matter? Just say it directly. We are so familiar with each other, and you are still fussy. Then Brother Jin, I'm going to be frank. I want to borrow some money from you. If everything goes well, I can pay you back tomorrow afternoon. Borrow money? How much? When Jin Duoduo heard Xiao Yao borrowing money, he stood up instantly, pulled back his hand around the hairdresser, and stood up and walked to the door of the barbershop. I don't know how much, but I just want to ask you for a favor, brother. Your restaurant should often have salesmen selling beverage bottles and wine, so help me get some mineral water. How much? 10,000 bottles. Hiss, Brother Xiao Yao, why do you want so many? Are you opening a bathhouse? Jin Duoduo was also frightened by Xiao Yao's tone. 10,000 bottles, 24 bottles to a bag, a total of 417 bags. Just for transportation, 2 small trucks are needed. After all, one truck can only carry 250 bags at most. I'm useful, Brother Jin, can you help me? I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow afternoon. Forget about dinner. You know, your Brother Jin runs a restaurant. Brother Xiao, since you asked, I'll do you a favor. Where should we put the goods? Just put them in my yard. The lock belongs to the original owner. You can help me buy a new lock and just smash the original one. Just put the key on the bricks on the wall to hold it down. Okay, the goods will be ready for you before noon tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Jin, how much will it cost? Hey, mineral water is not expensive. You want so much, and the wholesale price can probably be as low as 30 cents a bottle. So cheap. What do you think? Mineral water is a no-cost, high-profit business. Now water is just worthless. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Brother Jin. Wait for my good news. Jin Duoduo hung up the phone, rubbed his arms with both hands, hiss, it was really cold outside, and came to the barber shop again. Brother, it's so late, why don't you stay here tonight? Wait for me to make a call. Jin Duoduo thought for a while, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, old woman, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go back. Tomorrow morning, my brother Xiao Yao has a job to do. I will go back around 10 a.m. and won't make breakfast. You should also take a rest and open at noon. Okay, Lao Jin, be careful, and also ask Xiao Yao if he still has the stupid chicken meat. The 12 chickens I bought last time are almost sold out. The returning customers specifically asked for that flavor, don't forget. When Lao Jin's wife heard Lao Jin say that he was helping Xiao Yao, she thought Lao Jin had stayed at Xiao Yao's place. Okay, got it. Jin Duoduo hung up the phone. Hey, this Xiao Yao is simply her lucky star. Last time, the Benji chicken not only sold well, but also had many repeat customers who specifically asked for that flavor. This time, she used Xiao Yao as an excuse for not coming home at night. In the future, she would have an explanation for not coming home at night. Jin Duodo couldn't help but feel happy. Sister, I'm staying in your store tonight. Chapter 19 School Beauty Yizenru. 2114, Xiao Yao got up early at 6 o'clock in the morning, called his mother and told her that there was something going on at school today, so he should go early and there was no need to make breakfast. Then he quickly ate a pancake with green onions and left, locking the door. He was afraid that Fatty had not gotten up yet, so he did not call him. Xiao Yao directly sent Fatty a text message saying that he had something to do and left first. There is a large market to the east of the school, which is a park dedicated to selling hardware and building materials, so some logistics and express delivery companies have set up delivery points here, including the Shunfeng Express that Xiao Yao needs. This is not far from the school, about 200 meters away. Logistics and express delivery companies start work very early. Some delivery points even have to pick up and distribute goods at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then deliver goods at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, so these delivery points have relatively early working hours. Xiao Yao found the Shunfeng delivery point, filled out the express delivery form, carefully wrapped the feather pen with foam, and put it into the packaging box. Xiao Yao, who was worried, insured the express delivery again, 100 yuan for 100,000 yuan. Xiao Yao doesn't have that much money now, and 100,000 yuan is enough. Even if it is really lost, there is still 100,000 yuan in compensation, a total of 125 yuan, sent by Shunfeng Express. If everything goes well, it will be in the hands of the customer in the afternoon. After finishing all this, there are already some figures on the road one after another. They are students and office workers going to school. Looking at the time, it is only 7:20. Xiao Yao also rides an electric bike to school. Today is really early. See, that cowardly student, riding that broken electric bike with pedals. That electric bike is almost an antique. A yellow-haired student at the gluten stall outside the school looked at Xiao Yao entering the school and said to his accomplice next to him, "That kid, the weakling that Brother Hao beat up a few days ago." The tall and thin man said to the yellow-haired Wang Hao while eating gluten. "Yes, if the dean hadn't asked me to apologize to him, I would have beaten him so hard that his mother wouldn't even recognize him. He dared to look at Kui Tingting, he was simply looking for death." Wang Hao said and spit a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. Kui Tingting was his girlfriend. That day, he thought Xiao Yao was peeking at his girlfriend, and he was in a bad mood, so he went to beat Xiao Yao up. If the dean hadn't happened to pass by, he might have beaten Xiao Yao to a bloody pulp. At that time, Xiao Yao didn't fight back at all. In Wang Hao's eyes, Xiao Yao was just a weakling, not to be feared. This matter is not over yet. The dean of studies scolded me in public, which made me lose face. I will find a time when no one is around to give him a beating. Wang Hao had already inquired about it. Xiao Yao was a spineless person who was bullied by others. He lived in the countryside and probably had no background. As long as the teacher didn't find out, he would just beat him up and run away. What could he do? He threw away the gluten bamboo sticks angrily. The two hooligans walked to the school slowly, planning how to punish Xiao Yao. A few days ago, he was beaten by yellow-haired hooligans, but Xiao Yao usually didn't want to cause trouble. Although he was beaten for no reason, Xiao Yao didn't fight back. Because he usually exercised, it didn't hurt that much when the hooligans hit him. Xiao Yao didn't know that his repeated tolerance did not make the hooligans feel guilty, but instead encouraged their arrogance. After parking the electric car, Xiao Yao walked into the classroom, which was already full of people. "Hi, good morning." Only Xiao, my desk mate, could say hello to him. "Good morning." Xiao Yao also responded with a smile. The morning class was about to end unknowingly. Xiao Yao had already sent the self-review to the counselor's office during the morning break. Of course, this could not avoid being scolded. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang as expected. The boys in the classroom had already hung their buttocks in the air, their legs wound up, waiting for the teacher's order. There was no way. The end of this class was still based on the teacher's slogan for the end of class. Class dismissed. The teacher had already seen the students' expressions that could not wait to be fired, so he simply dismissed the students early and let them go to get food. Unlike some teachers, when the school bell rang, they would still say nonsense such as "Let's finish this question, I will say a few more words," etc. Yes, that's right. Some of the teachers mentioned here are counselors and advanced mathematics teachers. Every time the bell rings, they have to say a few more words to finish the questions. They do this to save students from competing with other classes for food. In this way, after the questions are finished, there is no need to queue up for food. By the time the questions are finished, the hot dishes are all taken away. The remaining ones are of course the leftovers, and they are all cold. Xiao Yao also ran to the campus with the army of people getting food to the cafeteria. It was as if the floodgates were open to release the flood. Streams of people poured out from various classrooms and quickly merged into the cafeteria. The meals in the cafeteria are 4 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes. The staple food is rice and steamed buns. Each student has a standard 5 yuan set meal, 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and a staple food. If you want to add a meal, you need to go to the side kitchen to add a meal. The normal windows for getting food are all 5 yuan standard, which can speed up the process of getting food. Although they had to queue up to get food, the queue was like a crowded bus. After finally getting food, Xiao Yao felt like he had fought a battle, because someone had smeared the soup on his clothes. There were not many seats in the cafeteria, so most people chose to go back to the classroom to eat. Xiao Yao looked around and saw that there were no empty seats. He wiped the soup off his clothes, but he couldn't wipe it clean, so he just ignored it and walked to the classroom. Xiao Yao, here. The crisp voice sounded like the call of an oriole in the woods. Suddenly, a bunch of malicious eyes looked at Xiao Yao, making him feel like a gorilla in a zoo being watched. For the introverted Xiao Yao, it was uncomfortable. Following the voice, Xiao Yao saw a girl sitting at the dining table not far away. Although she was wearing the same school uniform, the school uniform looked fresh and refined on her. There was another girl next to her. Although she was a little inferior to her, her round face was also quite cute. Xiao Yao thought he was not familiar with him. Besides, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at him, which made him feel uncomfortable. Xiao Yao turned around and walked out of the cafeteria and walked towards the classroom. But the cafeteria was in an uproar. What was wrong with that boy? Yi Xinru, the school beauty, called him, but he turned around and left. What secrets were there? Did the boy do something he was guilty of and dared not face the school beauty? The fire of gossip burned fiercely, and various versions appeared at once, such as Xiao Yao peeping at the school beauty and being discovered by the school beauty and being angry, Xiao Yao being a hidden rich man. They had originally arranged a marriage, but now Xiao Yao's family has fallen from grace, and the school beauty came to cancel the engagement, but later they discussed Xiao Yao's daily behavior and clothing in detail, and agreed that Xiao Yao peeping at the school beauty was more reliable, because he did not look like a rich man at all, and had a completely wretched and loser appearance, and the scene of being beaten by Wang Hao a few days ago was also seen by many people. And it was said that Xiao Yao had always been at the bottom of the class, and some people said that Xiao Yao seemed to have been taken to the Public Security Bureau, and soon Xiao Yao was inexplicably labeled as a loser, a weakling, a wretched, a hooligan, a last-place student, and a bad boy. So all kinds of negative gossip emerged in an endless stream, as if Xiao Yao had become an unforgivable evildoer. Chapter 20. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Xiao Yao certainly knew who the girl was who called him. There were probably few male students in this school who didn't know the school beauty Yi Xinru. But it was because of knowing her that Xiao Yao turned around and left. Xiao Yao was not familiar with the school beauty at all. It could be said that they had never had any communication. So why did she call him? Xiao Yao used the elimination method to think. First, the school beauty couldn't possibly like him. Secondly, what's the point of it? It's better not to think about it. So Xiao Yao, as an ordinary loser, really didn't have the courage to walk over and ask, is there anything wrong? Especially with thousands of eyes around, it felt like he was a gorilla in the zoo being watched, and he felt uncomfortable all over. This Xiao Yao, really, why is he so disrespectful? Li Zixi, the companion of the school beauty next to him, felt unwilling for Yi Xinru. The school beauty called him, but he turned around and left. He really didn't know what was good for him. We were too abrupt. Yi Xinru couldn't help laughing as she watched Xiao Yao leave the cafeteria as if he was running for his life. She just called out to Xiao Yao, but he was scared away. She wasn't a tigress, so why was she so scared? However, the discussion among the people around her never stopped, especially when she heard someone say that Xiao Yao had cheated on her and then abandoned her. Yi Xinru couldn't help but blush to her neck. These people were getting more and more outrageous. Don't worry about them, They are a bunch of gossipers who only want to cause trouble. Li Zixi glared at the people around him fiercely, but his fierceness did not have any effect. Instead, some hooligans who were not afraid of trouble whistled, "Yi Xinru, are you sure that it was Xiao Yao who helped the old lady? It must be right. My sister went to the Public Security Bureau to testify for him. I have watched the video of the dashcam several times." Yi Xinru looked at the entrance of the cafeteria. Xiao Yao had disappeared long ago. I called him just to tell him that my sister had testified for him. In a few days, the Public Security Bureau may come to commend and reward him. Unexpectedly, I called him and he ran away. It's because our University campus belle is so charming that she scared the little boys. Li Zixi laughed on the side. You are so sweet. Yi Xinru frowned while eating lunch. The people around her were gossiping endlessly, which really made people worry about eating. At this time, a group of students came down from the second floor. The leader was a boy with oily hair and powdered face. He had a bohemian smile on his face. He wore a flowered top with a brown vest on the outside and white pants on the bottom. His ankles were exposed. I don't know if it was cold or not. It is said that this kind of pants is popular now. Most of the other followers were wearing school uniforms. The first person following the leading student was none other than Wang Hao. I didn't expect that the gangster leader of this school would follow others like a dog at this time. It was really eye-opening. Isn't this Sister Xinru? You are also eating in the cafeteria. Why don't you go to the first floor instead of the second floor? As a brother, I can order more dishes for you. The oily-haired boy's eyes lit up when he saw the school beauty Yi Xinru, and he walked to the school beauty's table with his own steps. Who is your sister? You are being sentimental. Zixi, I'm full. Let's go back to the classroom. He stood up and pulled Li Zixi to the outside of the cafeteria. Okay. Li Zixi stood up and followed quickly, not caring about the greasy-haired boy behind her. Although she was chattering, she also knew that with her status, it would be easy for the greasy-haired boy to mess with her. The two of them left the cafeteria quickly. The greasy-haired boy was called Wang Dao, and he was a famous rich second-generation playboy in the school. However, he was rarely seen in school. Basically, he was just a name in the school, and most of the time he was hanging out outside the school. It seemed to be the same as the plot just now, but at this time, the students in the cafeteria basically didn't talk. They could gossip about the story of Xiao Yao and the school beauty, but they didn't dare to gossip about this greasy-haired boy. It was said that this greasy-haired boy was the illegitimate son of a real estate tycoon in the city, but who knew if he was an illegitimate son? Anyway, the other party was rich and powerful, and many lackeys followed him for money. He was also very generous. Usually, he would directly invite his younger brothers to eat on the second floor. It was said that he had several girlfriends. Although they dumped them later, the girlfriends who followed him were all willing, not for money. It looked like Wang Dao was already interested in the school beauty Yi Xinru. A group of people felt sorry for the school beauty Yi Xinru who had left. After all, in this era, who doesn't like money? Little did they know that the school beauty Yi Xinru's family was also very good. Her father had let Yi Xinru manage a company a long time ago. A phone rang in his mind, and Xiao Yao answered the call. Because he was wearing detection glasses, which had brainwave interaction and fundus projection, Xiao Yao didn't even need to take out his phone to make a call. He could interact with the phone using brainwaves. Xiao Yao answered the phone directly, talking while walking to the classroom. However, this was considered a psychopath in the eyes of others. If a person walked and talked, what else could he be but a psychopath? Hello, Uncle Jin. Oh, has the mineral water been unloaded? Okay, thank you for your help. I will transfer the money to you this afternoon or tomorrow, okay? Just put the key on the wall and find a brick to hold it down. Jin Duodo had already bought a mineral water, and Xiao Yao decided not to take a lunch break at noon. He would use the lunch time to verify some problems with a mobile phone backpack, but he had to finish lunch first. Xiao Yao returned to the classroom with lunch. There were not many people in the classroom, and most of them had lunch in the cafeteria. Some brought food from home, and some got food from the cafeteria. When Xiao Yao walked into the classroom, he took a look at Gao Wei who was sitting behind him. Unexpectedly, the other party looked up at Xiao Yao as if they had a telepathic connection, revealing a faint smile, and Xiao Yao also smiled in response. Gao Wei, who was sitting behind Xiao Yao, had a round face, a pair of charming and expressive big eyes, and short hair with bangs. Especially when she smiled, Xiao Yao couldn't help herself. Even the way she ate was so beautiful. Xiao Yao likes Gao Wei, and Gao Wei knows it, because Xiao Yao confessed to her. Xiao Yao once handed Gao Wei a small note: "If you are a carrot, I want to say that I like carrots. What if I am a cabbage? Then I like cabbage." Although he did not explicitly say "I like you," for the extremely introverted Xiao Yao, this is already an extremely huge progress, and he does not believe that Gao Wei does not understand such obvious words. Gao Wei certainly knows what Xiao Yao's note means, but Xiao Yao does not know what Gao Wei thinks. "For the time being, I don't want to have a boyfriend. I just want to study hard and then take the postgraduate entrance examination." The note was sent back after a long time. Xiao Yao was rejected but did not get discouraged or pester her. He just said okay. It's better to be friends first. Maybe at some point, when Gao Wei wants to talk, she will think of him. So, they became good friends. Later, not long after, maybe a week? Maybe a month? In short, these are no longer important. Gao Wei and her deskmate Wang Wei became boyfriend and girlfriend, and Wang Wei is also Xiao Yao's good friend. What she said about not wanting to have a boyfriend for the time being is all lies. One is her friend, and the other is the person she likes. Of course, this liking may only be known by Gao Wei and Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao did not question it. She said she didn't want to have a boyfriend for the time being. Such meaningless words would only make herself more embarrassed. Now it seems that this is just a euphemism for the other party not liking her. Seeing the person he likes and his good friend doing homework and chatting together every day, occasionally going to the playground for a walk, and being affectionate with each other, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel uncomfortable, as if something that originally belonged to him was taken away by others. Even if it was just holding hands, Xiao Yao felt that it was a huge loss. This feeling lasted for a long time, until Xiao Yao saw Gao Wei's family driving an Audi to pick up Gao Wei from school. Xiao Yao instantly lost his feeling. They were not a good match. Yes, he was not worthy. The most expensive means of transportation in the family was his father's Luojian 90 motorcycle. Even if they liked each other, Xiao Yao didn't think Gao Wei's parents would marry him to a poor rural boy. Moreover, he was a freshman now, and his family would not agree to a relationship. What's the saying, "Don't bully the poor young man"? What's the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Even if 30 years in the West, what's the meaning of 50 years? Even if he has great abilities in 30 years, he is powerless now. Maybe she has feelings for him, maybe she just cares about the gap between the families, maybe. Xiao Yao completely avoided the topic of why Gao Wei and Wang Wei were in love. Maybe this way, he wouldn't feel painful. When they met later, just to smile at each other was enough. Xiao Yao even thought about it. After college, he would find a job after graduation, find a girl to marry and have children. It would be nice to live a plain and peaceful life. He didn't ask for a high position or a high salary, but just a stable life. Life is like this. The person you like doesn't like you, but there are people who like you silently. Xiao Yao is not a fool. From the little things in daily life, Xiao Yao can feel that his deskmate Xiao likes him a little, but Xiao Yao doesn't want to start another relationship. Besides, he doesn't like Xiao, and it affects other people's studies, and there may not be any results, so he might as well not start it. It's good to just play around in daily life, so Xiao Yao and Xiao usually chat and joke like good friends. After lunch, Xiao Yao got up and walked out of the school. He didn't plan to take a lunch break at noon today. Chapter 21, Love but not obtained. Xiao Yao and his deskmate Xiao's daily playfulness is seen as flirting between lovers by others. Gao Wei, 19 years old, is a student in Class 6, Grade 14, Department of Computer Science, Zhejiang University of Technology. Her father opened 2 Audi 4S stores, and her mother is the director of the Department of Gynecology, Zhejiang Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Her mother once told her that she would not restrict her from dating at school, but she had only one requirement: the man's family must be better than hers. Gao Wei actually liked Xiao Yao, liked his frankness, freedom, cleanliness, and sunshine. However, she also learned from the side that Xiao Yao lived in the countryside and his parents had ordinary jobs, and they could not get past his mother's test. She was a rational girl, so when Xiao Yao confessed his love, she hesitated for a long time and decided not to start this relationship because it would not have any results and would hurt Xiao Yao. Later, she even asked her deskmate, who was her distant cousin, to act out a love scene with her so that Xiao Yao would give up sooner. But when all this came true, when Xiao Yao really fell in love with another girl, why did his heart feel as if it was cut by a knife, especially when this knife didn't seem to be so sharp and was being sharpened again and again? Looking at Xiao Yao's receding back, Gao Wei took out a notebook and scribbled on it vigorously, as if she could vent her anger in this way. The force was too strong, and the notebook was cracked along the tip of the pen. Alice, sighed Wang Wei, his deskmate. He had no other choice. The best way now might be to let Gao Wei vent. On the other side, Xiao Yao hurriedly walked towards the courtyard. The barber girls and young ladies on the side of the road saw that Xiao Yao had been here yesterday and were familiar with him. They jokingly asked you if he wanted a haircut. No, no. Xiao Yao responded as he walked. Do I need a haircut with such short hair? If I cut it again, I will be bald. All the way to the courtyard, the wall is not high, so Xiao Yao's height, stretching out his hand, can reach the top of the wall. Picking up the first loose red brick near the door, Xiao Yao really touched a bunch of keys there. Click. Xiao Yao opened the door. Ho! What caught his eye was rows of mineral water, almost filling the entire courtyard. Xiao Yao closed the door. Mineral water comes in a pack of 24 bottles, and there is no telling how many packs there are. Xiao Yao took out the martial arts secrets from his backpack and put them aside. Next, he had to verify how many identical items could be placed in one space of the backpack. Xiao Yao collected these stacked mineral water packs one by one into the backpack. I saw an icon of a package of mineral water appear in the second space of the backpack. Mineral water, package, quantity 420, drinking water. It seems that there are 420 packages here, which is 10,080 bottles. At this time, it seems that the upper limit of a single space in the backpack has not been reached. Next, he will take apart all the packages of mineral water, so that there are more than 10,000 bottles. Xiao Yao wants to see what the upper limit of a single backpack is, so that he can have an idea in his mind. Then Xiao Yao keeps taking out packages of mineral water in the yard, and then takes them apart, and stores them one by one in the backpack. A figure is busy in the yard. I don't know how long it has been. When Xiao Yao deposited a bottle of mineral water, the mineral water was not deposited. After trying several times, Xiao Yao is sure that this should be the upper limit of the storage of a single space in the backpack. Mineral water, bottle, quantity 999, drinking water. It turns out that the storage limit of a single item is 999. Xiao Yao picked up a bottle of mineral water that was still scattered on the ground, drank one bottle, and threw it aside. The first grid of the backpack was filled with 999 bottles of bottled mineral water, and the second grid had 378 packages of mineral water. He bought a lot of water. Xiao Yao had originally prepared a single space with an upper limit of 9,999. Now, only 1/10 of it was used. However, Xiao Yao did not want to fiddle with it anymore, so he put it in the backpack first. Anyway, he would probably add another space in the afternoon. Xiao Yao picked up the secret book and the soul locking bead on the ground. Now there was only one space left. Which one should he put? After thinking about it, Xiao Yao put away the soul locking bead with his mobile phone. After all, this thing can absorb vitality. Xiao Yao was really afraid of death. He rolled up the martial arts secret book and put it directly in his trouser pocket. It should be fine if he left it there for a long time. He picked up the remaining 8 bottles of water on the ground and locked the door. The key was still pressed under the red brick on the wall. Anyway, there was nothing in the yard, so he was not afraid of being stolen. Hey, sister, I'll give you a few bottles of water. Xiao Yao directly gave the mineral water to the lady in the barber shop next door. It would be a waste if he threw it in the yard. There were tens of thousands of bottles in his backpack. It would be better to give it to the lady next door to save waste. Hey, handsome boy, you only give a few bottles of mineral water as a gift. It's too stingy. The lady in the barber shop got up from the stool, but still took the mineral water. Thank you, I'll give you a discount if you come to get a haircut. After saying that, she threw a coquettish eye at Xiao Yao. Okay, okay. Xiao Yao waved to the lady and walked towards the school. Hey, handsome boy, why do you only give it to the girl next to you? Give us a few bottles too. It's cheaper to get a haircut here. Several young women with heavy makeup like singing opera waved to Xiao Yao. Next time, next time. Xiao Yao ran away like he was escaping. These people, they are greedy for a few bottles of mineral water. They are afraid of you. Haha. Seeing Xiao Yao's embarrassed look when he ran away, several people also laughed so hard that they fell backwards. They didn't need these bottles of mineral water, they were just joking with Xiao Yao. Usually, they were greeted by elderly uncles, and there were few young guys passing by, especially such a little kid who was still in school. On the way, Xiao Yao checked the delivery and found that Shunfeng Express was already delivering. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a result in an hour or so. If the other party signed for it, the money for the order would go directly to Xiao Yao's Zifubeo. If the other party refused to accept it, the feather pen would return to him. Xiao Yao hoped that the other party would sign for it. After all, this was his startup capital. Jin Duoduo still had 3,024 yuan of payment for the goods. Besides, if someone helped him, he should at least show some appreciation. When the money was in place, he would give Jin Duoduo 4,000 yuan directly, and the rest would be considered as hard work fee. By the way, there was also Zhang Fangfeng's rent, which he had to pay as soon as possible today. When Xiao Yao came out of the alley, many classmates who were going home had come to school one after another. Xiao Yao saw a few yellow-haired hooligans in front of the gluten stall at the school gate. Xiao Yao was wearing investigative glasses. Although he didn't use them for investigative purposes, wearing these investigative glasses was more useful than wearing myopic glasses. Xiao Yao saw from afar that one of the yellow-haired hooligans was the one who had beaten him up a few days ago. Adhering to the principle of enduring as much as possible, Xiao Yao only let the other party beat him up a few times. Fortunately, the head of the grade department passed by and the matter came to an end. Later, the other party found him and apologized to him. It was a hypocritical apology. It was probably forced by the head of the grade department. He also said that he could find him if he had any problems in the future. At school, he would be helpful. Xiao Yao took a few casual glances and walked towards the school. It was a chance encounter, so he just pretended not to see it. Brother Hao, isn't that Xiao Yao? I heard from others that he was taken to the police station and he got out so soon. I've heard that he had an old lady and paid her 1,000 yuan in compensation. I didn't expect this guy to be so rich. It is said that he didn't call his parents and sent the money to the police station himself. Brother Hao, how do you know so much? Ahem, a relative of mine works at the police station. Oh, Brother Hao is awesome. He has people in the system. By the way, Xiao Yao just came out of that alley, right? His family doesn't live in this village. I heard that this alley is a red light district. I didn't even dare to go in for a stroll. I didn't expect that Xiao Yao is such a pervert. That's hard to say. Maybe he has relatives working here. That's right, that's right. Brother Hao, when are we going to teach this kid a lesson? It's okay to get some money to spend. We haven't smoked cigarettes worth more than 10 yuan in a long time. Your brother Dao has also assigned us a task today. Business is more important. Another day, this kid can take out 1,000 yuan to compensate others. It seems that he has some pocket money on hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 New Era Youth. Xiao Yao didn't hear what the yellow-haired people said when he entered the school. Although he could see them clearly, he was not a clairvoyant and could not hear what they said. If he knew what nonsense they were talking about, he would fight them to death. Although he endured it again and again, it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. He would go even if he killed 800 enemies and lost 10,000 of his own. Therefore, never provoke an honest person. Once an honest person gets angry, the consequences are not something you can afford. In the classroom, the first class was biology class, and the students were preparing in an orderly manner. Xiao Yao, I heard from students in other classes that the school's autumn sports meeting will be this Saturday. Do you have any special skills? You can sign up for an event. Why didn't you hear from our counselor? Our counselors always keep their mouths shut until the last minute. I heard this from my bestie. They issued a notice yesterday afternoon. Damn, our counselors are really patient. But I'm not interested, so I won't sign up. Xiao Yao, sign up. I heard there are prizes for participating. Counselors with good grades will be rewarded with part of the money from the class funds. Rich. Xiao Yao perked up when he heard there was a rich reward, but thinking that he would soon have 1 million, this little money was not worth it. Let's talk about it later. Don't say that. What a good honor. Aren't you tempted? Can honor be eaten? I'm not interested. Humph. Seeing that she couldn't convince Xiao Yao, Xiao turned her head away and stopped looking at Xiao Yao, muttering in a low voice, "You are so unmotivated. I'm doing this for your own good." Xiao Yao looked at Xiao in confusion. "I didn't sign up, so why are you so angry? Did this little girl take the wrong medicine?" At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the classroom. "Comrade Police, this is the class." A voice came from outside the room, and then a group of people walked into the classroom, led by the head teacher Li Yingmao. "Classmates, I have good news to tell you. Xiao Yao from our class has been named a new age youth who helps others by the city. Everyone welcomes him." The counselor's words on the podium ignited the class, and the whole class was discussing noisily. "Xiao Yao? A new age youth who loves helping others. When did this happen? It's impossible. He doesn't study well and sleeps all day. How could he do such an earth-shaking thing?" "Students, be quiet." A middle-aged policeman in police uniform came to the podium. It was Director Wu. "I am Director Wu's Yu from the Public Security Bureau. The day before yesterday, our classmate Xiao Yao." Director Wu briefly talked about Xiao Yao's deeds. Of course, he skipped the police's misjudgment of the case. This is a corruption problem within the police force and is not suitable for publicity. Our municipal party committee has discussed and decided that new age youth like Xiao Yao who loves helping others must be encouraged and rewarded. So we are here to award Xiao Yao the title of new age youth who loves helping others, and to award him a bonus of 10,000 yuan for helping others as encouragement. We also hope that the students present here will learn from Xiao Yao, do more good deeds, and help others. Of course, you are still students, so I don't encourage you to do things that are injustice. Study hard and strive to become a useful person to society as soon as possible." Pa pa pa. There was a fierce applause from below. Although they couldn't believe it psychologically, the person in front of them was Director Wu of the Public Security Bureau, who would definitely not lie. Then the classmates all cast envious eyes on Xiao Yao. 10,000 yuan. They had never seen so much money before, and the monthly living expenses were only 300 yuan. Of course, the rich second generations in the class definitely didn't care about the 10,000 yuan. They envied this kid for being so prominent. Did they see that the little beauties in the class looked at Xiao Yao with little stars in their eyes? Next, please invite classmate Xiao Yao to the stage to accept the award. Director Wu stretched out his hand to invite Xiao Yao to come up to accept the award. Although Director Wu had never seen Xiao Yao, the whole class of students looked at one person, and even a fool knew who it was. "Go, idiot." Xiao pushed Xiao Yao's arm. Xiao Yao won the award, and she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Wasn't it for Xiao Yao to participate in the sports meeting to get the award and gain everyone's attention and recognition? She also tried her best to restore Xiao Yao's image in the eyes of his classmates and teachers. Xiao Yao showed no emotion on the surface, but he was a little excited inside. 10,000 yuan seemed to be the guaranteed amount. Even if the buyer of the feather pen refused to accept it, he could still pay off Uncle Jin's payment. Xiao Yao looked at the silk banner next to him. The yellow characters were so dazzling. The day before yesterday, he was sentenced to pay compensation, and today he was praised with great fanfare. Xiao Yao didn't know what these people were selling, but why shouldn't he take the money? Of course he should. Xiao Yao took the silk banner and the bonus. Well, it was a thick envelope, which was quite substantial. He didn't give a big check. Next, please let Xiao Yao say a few words. Director Wu gave Xiao Yao the space. There were also a few policemen taking pictures with cameras next to him. Xiao Yao looked around. Actually, I didn't think much about it at the time. I was just worried that the old lady was unsafe in the middle of the road, so I went to help her. Xiao Yao really didn't know what to say, and paused for a while. Good. I don't know who shouted good, followed by applause. Xiao Yao also smiled at Director Wu. That's enough, he really doesn't like to brag. At this time, Director Wu also came up to help. Our classmate Xiao Yao is reserved, but he is not reserved when doing good things. Okay, we won't delay your normal classes. I hope you will study hard and make progress every day. The counselor came up and praised Xiao Yao again, saying that he had found Xiao Yao to be a talent, and finally encouraged everyone to learn more from Xiao Yao, to win glory for the class and the school. A group of people left the classroom in a mighty manner. Although the biology teacher at the back had been waiting for a long time, she was not angry at all. Although she was a biology teacher, she was also happy for the honor won by the students in this class. Congratulations, classmate Xiao Yao. The biology teacher was a beautiful woman in her 20s, with a ponytail and glasses. Xiao Yao's grades in other subjects were not good, but her biology grades were always among the best. Generally, teachers like students who have good grades in their subjects, and the beautiful biology teacher is no exception. Every time she asked questions in class, she would ask Xiao Yao questions. The reason why Xiao Yao's biology grades are good is because the biology teacher is approachable and does not look down on people like other teachers. Xiao Yao went from having poor biology grades in the beginning to getting full marks in every biology test now. He studies for himself, but if he doesn't like the teacher who teaches him, Xiao Yao finds it difficult to like the course. I wonder if other students feel the same way. The classroom soon became quiet, with only a few students still whispering together. Of course, the biology teacher always ignores these students who whisper as long as they don't affect the normal order of the class too much. Congratulations, Xiao Yao. Xiao wrote a note and handed it to Xiao Yao. Thank you. You've received so much bonus. Do you want to treat me to a meal? Of course, the cafeteria will provide you with enough food. Go to hell, the cafeteria's food won't cost more than 20 yuan, so stingy. Then where do you say we should go? It has to be Junlin Bianxia, Talando or something like that. Oh my god, why don't you go, Rob? I don't even have enough money to buy a bottle of wine. Then let's go to Difu restaurant. I heard that the Difu restaurant south of number 1 middle school has a very famous big plate chicken. The taste is amazing. Let's go and try it. Oh, Xiao Yao was speechless. If he remembered correctly, Difu restaurant belonged to Uncle Jin. No problem, you can eat as much as you want. Then it's settled. When are we going? In the afternoon after school. There's not that much time after school. Isn't there a sports meeting this Saturday? I guess we'll get out of school early. Let's go this Saturday. Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Yao. The beautiful biology teacher asked Xiao Yao a question at this time. Here. What substances are contained in normal people's plasma, primary urine, and urine? Water, inorganic salts, urea. Okay, please sit down. Chapter 23 Bad Girl. Time always flies fast when you are in a class with a favorite teacher, and the class is over in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yao, let's go to the toilet together. The fat guy Zhou Tao on the left and Xiao Yao went to the toilet together. I'll go, we have to go to the toilet together. Let's go, stop talking nonsense. The fat guy Zhou Tao pulled Xiao Yao's clothes and ran out of the classroom. The break is only 10 minutes, hurry up. I really admire you. Xiao Yao was helplessly pulled to the toilet by the fat guy. Xiamo, are you going to the toilet? At this time, Gao Wei, who was sitting behind Xiao Yao, also said to Xiamo, Xiao Yao's deskmate. Ah. Okay. Xiamo was startled by Gao Wei when she saw Xiao Yao leaving. Originally, from the look in Xiao Yao's eyes when looking at Gao Wei, Xiamo felt that Xiao Yao liked Gao Wei, because women's intuition is very accurate, so she didn't like Gao Wei very much. But later, Gao Wei got together with her deskmate Wang Wei, and she no longer had any opinions about Gao Wei. After all, it seems that she doesn't like Xiao Yao, right? Going to the toilet was so difficult. Xiao Yao waited for the fat man at the toilet door after going to the toilet. This fat man even defecated. It was enough. Xiao Yao had no choice but to wait at the door. He couldn't wait in the toilet. Bored, Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and flipped through the headlines to see the latest news. We asked you to come here today. You should know why. The 5,000 yuan that our Dao brother lent you expired yesterday. Why don't you pay it back? A weird voice came from the grove not far from the toilet. Brother Hao, I'm a little tight on money too. My dad is on a business trip and will be back in 2 days. I will personally deliver it to Dao brother in 2 days. Is that okay? A delicate voice came out. It's already 1 day due, but we still need to wait 2 more days? Xiaozhen, I just saw that you are my classmate, otherwise we would have taken action long ago. Anyway, we have brought a message. If you don't bring the money before noon tomorrow, Then Daojia will come to ask for it next time. I believe you know what's going on. Okay, without further ado, let's go. A group of people came out of the grove, led by the yellow-haired Wang Hao. Some students who had just finished using the toilet saw that it was Wang Hao, the famous gangster leader on campus, and walked away quickly without even looking at him. Xiao Yao also wanted to leave, but the fat guy hadn't come out yet. Xiao Yao also saw that the leader over there was Wang Hao, who had beaten him a few days ago. He was just a little brat, so it didn't matter if he got hit a few times. With Xiao Yao's daily exercise, that little attack really didn't matter. He was just pretending at the time. Wang Hao saw Xiao Yao at the door of the toilet, stopped, and did not come up to pick a fight, but just said to Xiaozin behind him, "If you don't have money, you can ask that classmate to borrow some. He is now a celebrity in our school." I heard that the Public Security Bureau also awarded him a bonus of 10,000 yuan. He chewed the grass leaves in his mouth for a few times, and spit in the direction of Xiao Yao from a distance. "Let's go. Ask him to borrow some money after school in the afternoon. Now go to reply to Brother Dao." After that, Wang Hao led a group of people away. Wang Hao's voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by Xiao Yao. The classmates in this school are really as loose as the waist of cotton pants. Why are they so loose? These gangsters all know that I have 10,000 yuan, and it seems that they want to borrow some from me. The kind that may not be returned after borrowing. I still have use for this money, how can I lend it to them? Dream on. Fortunately, I put the money in my mobile phone during class. Now the mobile phone is my last resort. The crowd surrounding the girl left, and the girl who was surrounded inside also appeared. I heard from them that her name was Xiaozin. Xiao Yao looked over and saw that the girl had tied her hair into a bun. Her hair seemed to be dyed light yellow, she had side bangs, an oval face, and light makeup on her face. When she walked in front of Xiao Yao, a fresh fragrance came over her. She was also wearing a school uniform, but the school uniform seemed to have been trimmed by her, because the trouser legs were very high, reaching the calves, and a large part of the ankle was exposed, so she was not afraid of being cold. Xiao Yao wondered why they all liked this kind of ankle-exposing pants. From listening to their conversation, it seemed that this girl had borrowed money and didn't pay it back. No matter how beautiful you are, it is always bad to owe money and not pay it back. Xiaozin slowly walked towards Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao looked back a few times and found that he was the only one standing there. Did this fat guy fall into the shit pit? Hello, classmate, is what they said true? The girl had already walked in front of Xiao Yao. What's true or false? The Public Security Bureau rewarded you with 10,000 yuan. What? You want to borrow money too? Well, if possible, classmate, can you lend me 6,000? No. Are you kidding? I don't know you well, why would I lend you 6,000? Please. Xiaozin grabbed Xiao Yao's clothes pitifully, and it seemed that she was about to cry. Please, I can be your girlfriend for a month. What? Xiao Yao thought he had heard it wrong. He didn't know her well, so why would he be your girlfriend? What's the point of having a girlfriend without any emotional foundation, just to borrow money? And being a girlfriend actually adds a time limit? What kind of girlfriend is this? I can be your girlfriend for a month. If you want to break up, you can break up at any time. I won't pester you. Xiaozin lowered her head even more. I can do anything a girlfriend should do for you. Xiao Yao looked at the touching Xiaozin. Anything a girlfriend should do? Xiao Yao muttered in his heart, is this the joke on the internet? Lend me 15 yuan to buy milk tea, and I will be your girlfriend. But why did it become 6,000 yuan in my case? Why does it sound as easy as borrowing 6 yuan? Girl, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. But what does a girlfriend do? Is it kissing, hugging, and lifting up? Xiao Yao wanted to refuse outright, but why was he still a little looking forward to it? After all, this was the first time he was confessed to. Although this confession was for money, what should he do? Should he accept the girlfriend who came to his door? Waiting online, it's urgent. If you are worried, we can be a couple first and then lend me the money tomorrow. At first, her best friend fanned the flames, and coupled with her own vanity, she found a connection through Wang Hao to contact Daojia, and borrowed 5,000 yuan to buy an Apple phone. She has to pay back 6,000 yuan in a month. Yesterday was the first month, but Xiaozin couldn't pay it back at all. For some reason, her family suddenly cut back on living expenses, and she only had 200 yuan for living expenses every week, and she couldn't raise 6,000 yuan at all. Xiaozin wanted to give the Apple phone to Daojet, and then raise some money as interest, but Daojet didn't want the Apple phone at all, and said that if she really couldn't pay it back, he would introduce a few businesses and that would be considered repayment. Xiaozin, who often hangs out with her bestie, of course knows what kind of business Daojet is introducing. It must be to those big bosses. Although Xiaozin is vain, she is also a self-disciplined girl. When she heard Wang Hao say that a classmate in front of her had 10,000 yuan, Xiaozin suddenly had hope. After all, when a girl falls into endless darkness and suddenly a ray of light appears, no matter whether this beam of light is to help her or not, she will follow the light. After all, she is a class flower and has some looks. I think if I take the initiative to be the girlfriend of the boy in front of me, the chances of the other party agreeing are still quite high. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? Class is about to start. Let's go. The fat man had already come out of the toilet at this time. He looked at Xiao Yao standing on the north side of the toilet and didn't know what he was doing. Write down my phone number and talk to me after school in the afternoon. Xiao Yao gave Xiaozin the phone number and ran towards the fat man. Huh? Xiaozin wrote down the number, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. Although she went out with her girlfriends every day, she had no choice but to make this decision this time. She took a deep breath again and looked at Xiao Yao, who was walking away. This boy didn't look that bad, and it wouldn't be too bad for him to be her girlfriend for a while. After thinking it over, she strode towards the classroom. People always have to learn to grow up. Damn, Xiao Yao, you are really good. You can even pick up a pretty girl while going to the toilet. Tell the truth, who is that? What are you thinking about? I don't know her either. Who would believe me if you still talk to her when you don't know her? Xiao Yao didn't explain and walked quickly towards the classroom. Hey, wait for me. The fat man panted and chased Xiao Yao. He had squatted for too long to poop and his feet were numb. This class was a chemistry class, but Xiao, who was sitting next to him, couldn't listen at all. She looked at her from time to time, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. He was handsome, but he felt embarrassed when Xiao looked at him like that. Xiao, is there something wrong? Huh? Xiao Yao replied with a roll of his eyes, and then Xiao concentrated on listening again. What are you doing? It was really inexplicable, and Xiao Yao was also confused. He didn't know that when Xiao and the others went to the toilet during the break, they also went there. They saw Xiao Yao chatting with a girl. Xiao couldn't guess what the relationship between the girl and Xiao Yao was, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Chapter 24 being followed. After school, Xiao Yao did not go home. He wanted to find out why Xiaozin borrowed so much money. If the reason was legitimate, he might help her. After all, she was his schoolmate. As for being a girlfriend, Xiao Yao was a little excited at first, but after an afternoon of classes, the excitement became dull. Although Xiaozin was very beautiful, there was no emotional foundation after all. If he wanted to find a girlfriend, Xiao Yao would rather find his deskmate Xiao. The reason why he was willing to help Xiaozin was that her surname was also Xia, the same as Xiao, and she was also a beauty. The third reason was that the feather pen was signed and the 1 million had been automatically transferred to his wealth treasure, so for Xiao Yao at this moment, it was okay to lend it to her. This money was like a strong wind, and he didn't feel bad. After making an appointment with Xiaozin, Xiao Yao bought a hamburger at a hamburger shop on the east side of the school and waited for Xiaozin to come. Before he finished eating a hamburger, Xiaozin appeared in the hamburger shop. Xiaozin saw Xiao Yao eating a hamburger and walked straight over, as if they had been lovers for a long time, and directly put her arm around Xiao Yao. Hi. Xiao Yao was suddenly startled by someone holding his arm. He tilted his head and saw that it was Xiaozin. He slowly pulled his arm away. I was wondering why you suddenly scared me. Xiaozin once again held Xiao Yao's arm. Why? Do you want to go back on your word and not lend me the money? No, we're not that familiar with each other yet. There are so many people here. People might misunderstand. Xiao Yao pulled his arm away again. Damn it, a 19-year-old young man with full blood and vigor, couldn't resist such temptation, especially since Xiaozin, who was holding his arm, was actually quite well developed. Oh, then can we do it when there's no one around? As if her evil plan had succeeded, Xiaozin smiled happily and sat down quietly. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go. I want to talk to you alone about something. Xiao Yao looked around. Because it was after school, Many students were buying burgers in the hamburger shop. Seeing Xiao Yao and his girlfriend being affectionate, they were not curious. It was not uncommon for college students to fall in love. There were many couples being affectionate in the classroom. It was not convenient for Xiao Yao to ask here. Besides, if he took out more than 6,000 yuan to lend to this girl, someone with ulterior motives would see it and snatch it away. Boss, another burger. Xiao Yao ordered another burger. Xiao Yao left the burger shop and pushed his electric bike. Xiaozin followed him out of the burger shop and followed the alley to the south. Xiao Yao also had a small courtyard here. It was late at night and it was a good time to do what he wanted to do. Ahem, it was to find out why Xiaozin borrowed money. Hey, handsome boy, why did you bring your girlfriend here? This girlfriend is so pretty, handsome boy, you have good taste. Xiao Yao quickened his pace and fled away from this place of trouble, followed by another giggle. Flirting with the little brother has become their after-dinner fun. When they arrived in front of the courtyard, Xiao Yao fumbled for a key from under the red bricks on the wall as usual and opened the door. Hoo at this time, Xiaozin caught up. I said, Brother Xiao Yao, why are you running so fast? I'm still behind you, and you don't even pull me up. Hey, Brother Xiao Yao, is this your home? Why is the yard full of weeds? No, this is a yard I rented. Brother Xiao Yao, you are not going to stay here, can't we find a hotel? It's too dirty here, look at this bed, the dust is so thick. Xiaozin walked around the room, a little unbearable, pressed the light switch, but the light didn't light up. She was ready to be Xiao Yao's girlfriend, but the environment was too bad. My name is Xiao Yao, you can call me by my name. Calling me Brother Xiao Yao gives me goosebumps. Okay, Brother Xiao Yao, but if you insist on being here, I can bear with it. Stop, I brought you here mainly to ask you a few questions. Oh, Brother Xiao Yao, you ask. Xiaozin came over and held Xiao Yao's arm. Xiao Yao gave up after trying a few times without any movement. Forget it, there's no one here, and it's quite comfortable this way. How did you get to know Wang Hao and those people? And why did you borrow money from them? Xiaozin slowly talked about the brand name bags, rings, and Apple phones that her best friends bought and showed off in front of her every day. As a woman, there is no one who doesn't like these things. Over time, she also wanted to buy some. Over time, she heard by chance that they all borrowed money from a man named Wang Dao with a very low interest rate. She couldn't resist the instigation of her best friends, so she also borrowed 5,000 from Wang Dao and bought an Apple phone. Now she can't pay it back, so they want to introduce her to some businesses and let her repay the loan with her body. Xiao Yao listened quietly to Xiaozin telling her story. He didn't want to verify whether the story was true or not. However, it seemed that Wang Dao was a loan shark nearby. He didn't know that Wang Dao was actually a student of their school, but he rarely appeared in school. Besides, Xiao Yao rarely came into contact with celebrities of that level in the school. Xiao Yao felt that Wang Dao must have gangster connections, or he himself was a gangster. Alice, women, there's nothing wrong with liking brand name bags, brand name rings, and Apple phones, but if you borrow loan sharks, isn't it obvious that you are giving yourself to them? Xiao Yao didn't blame Xiaozin for her vanity. Besides, he was not her father and couldn't educate her. Xiao Yao knew the reason for the matter. He really wanted not to lend Xiaozin money, but if he didn't lend her money, then what was waiting for her must be the debt collectors from the gangsters. If the money couldn't be paid, she would pay with her body. Xiao Yao looked down at Xiaozin, who was hanging on his arm next to him. At this time, Xiaozin was showing her pitiful expression, but this trick was really effective for boys who had never been in love. Never mind, who made me soft-hearted? Wait for me. Xiao Yao went into the house and took out the money from his mobile phone backpack. The money you borrowed from Brother Dao is obviously a loan shark, and I don't know how much interest they will charge. Here is 7,000. I'm sure that even the highest loan shark can be paid back. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yao. Xiaozin did not take the money directly, but stood on tiptoes and hugged Xiao Yao's face and kissed him, then counted the money, happy like a child. It tastes like strawberry, and it's quite sweet. Xiao Yao licked his lips. Sinful, how can this be a treasure? Brother Xiao Yao, from now on, I am your girlfriend, and I will listen to you wherever you go tonight. Ahem, Xiaozin, although I lend you this 7,000, you don't have to be my girlfriend, I have someone I like. Oh, so our brother Xiao Yao hasn't confessed yet. I don't want to bother others anymore. Oh, that means you don't have a girlfriend yet. Let's just say so. Then can't I be your girlfriend now? No, if you become my girlfriend, how can I confess to her? Then I will be your girlfriend when no one is around. How can that be? It's like I have a treasure raising you. Isn't it? Is it? Isn't it? Pa pa pa. A round of applause came from outside. What a pair of infatuated men and women. Did I disturb your elegance? A classmate with dyed yellow hair pushed open the door from outside and slowly walked into the yard. Who else could it be but Wang Hao? Wang Hao? Why are you here? Xiao Yao's eyes were cold and fierce. This Wang Hao was following him. Hey, weakling, why do you want to be a hero in front of a beautiful woman? Or did the Public Security Bureau give you an award today and make you really think you are a hero? Wang Hao came with 3 younger brothers, all of whom looked at Xiao Yao with ill intentions. Chapter 25. Even if you are not a hero, you still have to save the beauty. What do you want? Xiao Yao stared at Wang Hao coldly. This Wang Hao had been making trouble for him again and again. He had been patient many times, but the other party didn't know how to stop when he saw the good. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Xiaozin for a debt now. It's only natural to pay back a debt. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Yao with disdain. Xiao Yao looked back at Xiaozin and took a step to the side, letting Xiaozin out. Although the other party was very strong, Xiao Yao had nothing to say about paying back a debt. How much is it in total? Xiaozin asked Wang Hao. Including the interest, it's 6,000 in total. How come you really asked Xiao Yao to borrow it? The money is here, but where's the IOU? Xiaozin counted out 6,000 and held it in her hand. She didn't give it to Wang Hao right away. After all, the IOU was still with him. Oh, not bad, isn't it? You are really a hero saving a beautiful girl. You are willing to give the 10,000 yuan you just awarded to a classmate you don't know. That's very considerate. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Yao, took out an IOU from his pocket and handed it to Xiaozin. He was not afraid that Xiaozin would not pay the money after taking the IOU. There were 4 boys on his side, so he was afraid that she would run away. Here's the money. We are even. Xiaozin looked at the IOU, which was written by herself, and handed the money to Wang Hao, then breathed a sigh of relief. She would never borrow usury again. The interest increased by 1,000 in 1 month. Fortunately, she met Xiao Yao, otherwise she didn't know how much the interest would increase in a few days. Xiaozin tilted her head and glanced at Xiao Yao, feeling grateful in her heart. Xiao Yao, Xiaozin's debt has been paid off, but we brothers are a little short of money recently. You just got 10,000 yuan today. Do you want to lend us some money for cigarettes? No. Tisk tisk, it seems that the beautiful classmates are still useful. They can borrow money as soon as they borrow money. It's hard for us to borrow money to buy cigarettes. Brothers, what do you think we should do? Rob. Beat. Rob your head. Robbery is illegal. Wang Hao knocked on a boy's head and said viciously, but there seems to be no surveillance here, right? Xiao Su, you go to the door to keep watch. Okay, brother Hao. A thin man went out happily and closed the door. Brothers, beat him up. I have disliked him for a long time. Wang Hao said as he took a step forward and punched Xiao Yao in the chest. Xiao Yao had to squat down and hold his head. It didn't matter if they beat him up. He could bear it anyway. Stop it, someone will die if you continue. Xiaozin felt inexplicably distressed when she saw Xiao Yao being beaten. She was touched that the boy had lent her 7,000 yuan, but he was too cowardly and didn't resist at all. She felt disappointed. Seeing Xiao Yao just holding his head and getting beaten, she couldn't help but beg for mercy for Xiao Yao. Huh, brothers, stop it. After a round of punches and kicks, Wang Hao didn't know what Xiao Yao looked like, but he was exhausted. I feel much better now. Brothers, you can beat this guy up again if you feel unhappy in the future. Wang Hao rested for a while and said to the 2 people next to him, you two, go and take Xiaozin with you. Okay. The 2 people went over and carried Xiaozin out. What are you doing? I've already paid you back. Xiaozin didn't know what they were going to do, but it was getting dark now, and she was afraid to go with these hooligans. What are you doing? Xiaozin, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Do you think Daoja needs your thousands of dollars? Daoja likes you, don't be shameless. Do you really think he will let you go after you pay back the money? Take you away. Brother Xiao Yao, save me. Brother Xiao Yao, save me. Xiaozin panicked at this time. If she was taken to Daojet, she would be in danger. She forgot that Xiao Yao was beaten and only focused on holding her head, but there was no one else to help her. If Xiao Yao didn't save her, she really didn't know what to do. "Shut your mouth for me," Wang Hao said fiercely. The two younger brothers stuffed toilet paper from somewhere into Xiaozin's mouth. Then Xiaozin could only make a sound of ah, and cried anxiously. "Let her go, forgive her when you can. She has paid back the money, and you still take her away. This is kidnapping, which is illegal, don't you know?" Xiao Yao slowly stood up from the wall and stared at Wang Hao in front of him. Kidnapping a classmate? Wang Hao had gone too far. Kidnap? No, we're just collecting debts. She's already paid it back. Has she paid it back? Oh, I forgot to tell you, what I just gave her was a copy. I copied it with a copier. This is the original. Wang Hao slowly took out an IOU from his pocket, which was exactly the same as the one just now. You. Haha, Xiao Yao, what's the matter? You can't save yourself and still want to be a hero and save the beauty. Despicable. Thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Let's go. Wang Hao turned around and prepared to go out. Stop. Leave Xiaozin behind. Xiao Yao called Wang Hao and the others again. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and punched Xiao Yao in the chest, just like he had been beating Xiao Yao. Bang! The fist hit Xiao Yao right in the middle, but Xiao Yao stood there like a wooden stake instead of squatting down in pain as usual. Wang Hao thought he was too tired. Bang! He punched Xiao Yao in the chest again, but Xiao Yao still stood there without moving. Wang Hao didn't believe in evil and stretched out his fist again. Pa! Xiao Yao suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Wang Hao's right fist. Wang Hao tried to pull back his right hand, but it was held by Xiao Yao without any movement. Where the hell do you get the strength from? Let me go. Wang Hao, who couldn't pull his hand back, even used his left hand to pull Xiao Yao's right fingers. It's my turn. Xiao Yao took a deep breath and swung his left fist hard, hitting Wang Hao in the stomach. Gurgle. Wang Hao just felt that his stomach didn't feel like his own now, as if he was hit by a car. He even found it difficult to breathe. Wang Hao's whole back arched like a cooked lobster. He raised his head with difficulty and stared at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, you're dead. I'm going to let Brother Dao kill you. Wang Hao really wanted to kill Xiao Yao at this time, but he couldn't even raise his hand. Although Xiao Yao's punch was not heavy, it made Wang Hao gasp. He couldn't lift his fist up and down, which was very uncomfortable. Oh? Are you going to kill me? Xiao Yao threw another punch with his right hand. He had already thrown one punch, so he naturally didn't care about the second punch. The reason why Xiao Yao dared to punch Wang Hao in this state was because Xiao Yao had just been beaten and secretly turned on the reconnaissance skill. Although Wang Hao in front of him looked very badly beaten, his health bar only dropped a little, which meant that he was not on danger of life. Wang Hao level 1 combat power 10 health 94 out of 100 bang. Wang Hao, who could no longer hold on, was beaten more than 1 meter away and fell to the ground, his body bent even more. Don't hit me. Brother Xiao Yao. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Wang Hao was also afraid at this time. How could Xiao Yao be so powerful? He was hit by a train and had a stitch in the side just now. Now this punch made him feel that his internal organs were displaced. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would probably be beaten to death. A hero would not suffer a loss in front of him. Xiao Yao saw that Wang Hao was no longer a threat. He glanced at the two thugs who were still holding Xiaozin. The two thugs were so scared that they quickly let go of Xiaozin's hands. It's none of our business. We are just running errands. The two were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy, fearing that Xiao Yao would beat them like Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao's miserable appearance gave him goosebumps. After a scan with his reconnaissance skills, the two thugs posed no threat. One was at a combat power of 9 and the other was at a combat power of 8. They were just scum. Xiao Yao was too lazy to do anything. Take him away. If you don't see a doctor, his life will be in danger. Oh, get out right away, get out right away. The two men stood up swiftly, helped Wang Hao up and walked out. Wait. Big brother, is there anything else you want to tell me? Give me the IOU. Oh, the two men frantically took out the IOU from Wang Hao's pocket, and one of them handed it to Xiao Yao tremblingly. "Here, big brother. Let's go." Xiao Yao took the IOU. The handwriting on this IOU had marks, so it should be the original. "Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother." The two men quickly carried Wang Hao out of the door, and did not forget to close the door before leaving. "How is it? Is it done?" The skinny guy who was keeping watch in the alley outside the door didn't know what happened, and thought it was done. "It's done, your sister. Go to the hospital quickly. If you don't go, brother Hao will die." "Ah, what's going on? Why is brother Hao like this?" "Stop comparing, and get out of here quickly." Oh, okay." The group quickly disappeared along the alley to the south. In the courtyard, Xiaozin's eyes seemed to have little stars. This Xiao Yao, who was rich, good at fighting, and now looked so handsome, was really a perfect choice for a boyfriend. She decided that she would rely on this boy. As for whether he had someone he liked, she didn't believe that with her looks, as long as she was proactive enough, Xiao Yao would not be tempted. Thinking of this, Xiaozin went over and hugged Xiao Yao's arm. "Wow, brother Xiao Yao, you are so awesome. Do you know Kung Fu?" Her eyes were full of fascination like a little girl chasing a star. Xiaozin's level is 1, combat power is 9, and life is 100/100. The information in her eyes shows that this little girl's combat power is not low, and it is higher than the combat power of the two gangsters just now. Xiao Yao did not answer Xiaozin's words. He was recalling the 2 punches just now. It can be said that he did not use his full strength, but it was effortless to deal with ordinary college students. What does the combat power displayed by the character mean? Xiaozin's combat power is 9, which is similar to the combat power of the few people just now. But any of the few people just now could easily subdue Xiaozin, right? Their levels are all level 1. So when I think about it, when I was still level 1, my 3 dimensions were strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 8. If the 3 dimensions are added together, it is 10. Maybe the combat power is the sum of the 3 dimensions. Now my 3 dimensions are strength 5, agility 5, intelligence 12 plus 1. If the 3 dimensions are added together, it is 23, which means that my current combat power is 23. Beating them really feels like bullying a child. Well, as long as I meet someone with a combat power of 23 or above in the future, I will just take a detour. Safety first. Brother Xiao Yao? Brother Xiao Yao. Xiaozin had no idea how many times she had shaken Xiao Yao. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Yao just noticed that Xiaozin had been shaking him, and her hands were still shaking back and forth in front of her eyes. Did she think she was stupid? "You didn't move for a long time. I was scared to death. I thought something was wrong with you. But, brother Xiao Yao, do you really know Kung Fu?" "Kung Fu? Yes, just now you beat Wang Hao with 2 punches without any chance to fight back, so amazing." "Haha, actually, I'm a genius young master who came out of a hidden sect to gain experience, but you have to keep it a secret for me." "Well, I will keep it a secret for brother Xiao Yao, don't worry." Xiaozin really thought that Xiao Yao came out of a hidden sect to gain experience. After all, ordinary people are not so amazing, even if he is not, so what? Anyway, in Xiaozin's eyes, Xiao Yao is the true love who stepped on the colorful clouds to save her from the water and fire. After saying that, Xiaozin held Xiao Yao's arm even harder. "Ahem, Xiaozin, you're hugging too tight." Although Xiao Yao enjoyed the softness of Xiao's chest, it was too tight and uncomfortable. "No. Loosen up a bit, it's getting late, I'll take you home." "Okay." Hearing that Xiao Yao was going to take her home, Xiaozin was as happy as a child, pulling Xiao Yao out. She was debt-free and now she had found such an excellent boyfriend. She must tell her girlfriend how excellent her boyfriend is. Alice, Xiao Yao had no choice but to lock the door and let Xiaozin hang on his left like a koala, while pushing the electric bike. Passing by the alley, he caused a few barber girls who had no business to giggle. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.